Mics are on.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Madera City Council. Tonight is Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. It is now 6 p.m. The Madera City Council meetings are open to the public. This meeting will also be available for public viewing and participation through Zoom. Members of the public may also observe the live stream meeting on the city's website at www.madera.gov/live. Members of the public may comment on agenda items at the meeting or remotely through an electronic meeting via phone by dialing 669-900-6833. Enter ID 896-7842-5499 hashtag. Comments will also be accepted via email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov or by regular mail at 205 West 4th Street, Madera, California, 93637. I now hereby call this meeting to order. Alicia, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Garcia.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gallegos.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Montes.
Here.
Councilmember Evans.
Here.
Councilmember Mejia is absent, and Councilmember Villegas.
Here. Thank you, Alicia. Would you all please rise for the invocation led tonight by Sammy Neely of the Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church?
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, I just want to thank you, Lord, for bringing us together this evening, Lord. I ask you, Lord, that you touch and guide our mayor, Lord, of the city and our city council, Lord. I ask you, Lord, that you touch our city, Lord. Continue to look over and guide us, Lord, to a better future. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Council Member Stephen Montes. Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. I'll ask my colleagues or any members of the public if there's any additions or corrections to the agenda. Also accept the motion from my colleagues.
Motion to approve the agenda is second.
Motion to approve the agenda by Councilwoman Evans, second by Councilmember Villegas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. We will have Councilmember Mejia here shortly. She's running a little late. Okay, now comes the fun part. Got a couple of items. So first off, we have a proclamation for Old Timers Week. Mr. Hardyberg, would you please step up? And anyone else you want to have come with you.
Mayor, the first proclamation is.
Okay. Well, let's do this. We can move along. Yeah, we can. See, that's why you're here to take care of me, Alicia. So, from the City of Madera, Office of the Mayor, this is a proclamation for Eric Hayward. Whereas we are here today to express special recognition to Eric Hayward and to honor him for his distinguished 19-year career with the City of Madera. And whereas through his tenure, Eric's hard work and contributions were integral to the success of the Parks Maintenance Division, ensuring the well-being and upkeep of the city's parks and athletic fields. Whereas Eric Hayward retired in August 2024 after holding the title of Parks Worker 2, and whereas this proclamation is presented to Eric to serve as a reminder that although he is retiring, he will always be remembered as a valued employee dedicated to both his position and our community. Now, therefore, be resolved that I, Santos Garcia, Mayor of the City of Madera, and on behalf of the entire City Council, express sincere appreciation to Eric for his 19 years of service and extends our best wishes for a fulfilling and well-deserved retirement.
Thank you. Thank you. It was my pleasure and an honor to serve and work for the parks here in Madera. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, and it's a breath of fresh air. I mean, growing up in New York City and then moving to Madera was a big change. And one thing I could say is without part-time work, I don't think I could last another day. It's essential. Part-time workers to maintain our cities and to maintain our mediums is essential. And that being said, and let me be clear, if I need to come back and work part-time, I hope you have me. And then I'll get that. Yeah. Take a picture.
Nice plug about that part-time job. It's pretty good.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks.
There it is. There you go.
One, two, three. 1, 2.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
As soon as the grass grows a little bit, you go back.
Thank you very much.
You got 12, 15.
Thank you. Thank you.
Exams.
It's not a certificate presentation,
Okay.
so we can do this.
Okay. All right. Arturo, would you come up? You're going to make a presentation?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Arturo on behalf of the Officer Caballero. I do have a video I would like to present.
The students are coming from the 14th Senate District, which is as far away as Coalinga and as close as, say, Merced. So some of them are on the bus 4 or 5 hours in order to be able to be part of this program. This gives us an opportunity to teach them about how government works, to encourage them to participate in a way that they learn something, and to be able to feel like they're capable of being involved in making government work. So it's exciting.
Something that made me really interested in this program was getting to know more about law and politics and the advocacy you have for your community.
I just kind of like the legislative process, so I was interested in joining.
I've always really enjoyed government in that realm, so I really wanted to learn more about it.
It's just a lot of work that a lot of people don't realize goes on behind the scenes.
The idea is to bring them so that they can enter the Capitol and understand how beautiful it is and the antiques that are part of the history of the state of California. Welcome to the California State Capitol. We are so thrilled and excited to have you here with us today. And you're standing in front of the Senate chambers, which is where we do our business, where I vote and where we get our work done. Unfortunately, the Senate is under construction right now, but we got a chance to kind of see it through the open door. You can come up to the wooden panel right here. The doors are the doors that we walk in when session is starting. There's a majesty about the room. It's been the same since the 1800s. The desks are antique desks. Each desk has a little nameplate where it says our name.
Actually stepping in and seeing everything, like how cool the table was carved in. I saw it from afar, but it was still really amazing to be there. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Here in the Senate, we vote orally. So they say your name and you vote. I vote based on my ethics, what I think the district needs, and does it make practical sense?
It was really interesting how important our voices are and how a single voice matters and can make a huge difference.
We also offer them the opportunity to go into a committee room and to sit in actual chairs where we hold our committee hearings and to argue bills that are of interest to them. It's a great opportunity for them to really feel comfortable with the political process. So this is one of the Senate hearing rooms. And you feel very strongly about a bill and you want to get up and say something, this is where you would testify from. If you are giving detailed testimony, you can sit at this table. If you're going to be presenting a bill today, you go up to this mic right here. The whole point of this exercise is to just get you feeling comfortable with seeing how it works and what's said and how you would participate if you wanted to participate. And understand that this is very, very similar to what you would do at a school board meeting or at a city council meeting. It'll be pretty much the same thing.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our Senate Natural Resources Committee hearing. Today we have Senator Sean Prasad presenting AB 1955. You may start your presentation.
I'm here to present Assembly Bill 1955. To support academic futures and educators of the Youth Act or Safety Act.
This bill is important because it protects queer youth in schools currently.
I'm here to express my strong support for the bill. Bill AB 1955 is a vital step towards ensuring the well-being of all students. Thank you.
I'm in support of Bill AB 1955.
I'm in full support of AB 1955.
Thank you. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Angelica?
Yes.
Senator Ujo?
Aye. This bill has a 5-0 vote and it passes committee.
All right, guys. Any other questions? Yes.
I just had a comment. Even though it wasn't a real hearing, I think we were able to see the amount of pressure placed on the bill author.
It was so cool. I felt like it was real. Like I was actually getting an experience just being there. It was amazing.
You did a good job. Yeah. If any of you are interested in working in a legislator's office, either in the district or in the Capitol, please let us know. We have internships that are paid. We have fellowships. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for your participation, and thank you to all the staff that made this happen. They did a tremendous job. It was great to see you. One of the exciting things that they'll have an opportunity to do is to go through the California Museum to see where the state of California started from. And then after they're done there, they'll get on the bus and go back home again.
It was really nice because we got to learn more about local governments and the legislative process as a whole.
This has helped me learn so much. I'm truly grateful for this experience.
I want them to say, this is for me. This is what I want. because these are the students that are going to take our place.
One of our graduates from last year now works at the Fresno City Hall for a councilwoman. Another one of our graduates went on to be part of the Latino Caucus, the National Latino Caucus, and she met the president and the vice president, so we get to see them grow and go on their path of, success.
I think this will help me with my future.
It's going to help me a lot.
Actually going in and being in the rooms and going in the Capitol, it made me really passionate, and it made me really like, oh wow, like I can see myself working here in the future.
Looking at it and seeing the opportunities given to like young leaders just really motivates me to even want to try more to become something better for my family.
Good.
Hello, City Council. So I just saw this program. You got to see the Capitol Day. What this video didn't show is the sessions the students attended every day. We did, for example, one of the sessions have Madera County Supervisor Leticia Gonzalez join us. We also had United States Senator LaFonso Butler join us, along with messages from United States Senator Alex Padilla, Attorney General Rob Bonta, and other elected officials. This is an important program, and we this year we did have students from Madera join us, and we're trying to ensure that next year we have more students from Senate District 14, but predominantly Madera, Fresno, Merced join us. So if you could, in the future, share this with us, I'll be in communication with you all. I went to share this video. Instead of going through the slides, I share with you all just so you see the impact these type of programs have for our students, that type of things. And I know, for example, the bill they were having that mock hearing for, that was a bill that was brought up by interest from the youth, right? So from the get-go through this program, we have students see what their interests are, see what they're passionate about, so we can sort of pick a bill they pick up as a baby all the way through. And you saw some of the people that said in support, but there was also people in the opposition side, right? So it's a whole process. It's great. I'm also here to answer any questions if you have any.
Do we have any members of the board? Fantastic job. Thank you, Arturo, for your presentation. Thank you for including Madera youth, and also thank Senator Caballero for this fantastic opportunity.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now it's my pleasure to introduce Steve Stark, Madera Community Hospital CEO. We're going to have a Madera Community Hospital update.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Council. And it's a pleasure to know some of you. It's nice to see the city of Madera come out. This looks like a cozy group. I went to the Board of Supervisors yesterday, much bigger. And but I appreciate that. I want to share with you the same presentation that I shared with the Board of Supervisors. And if you saw it yesterday, then you'll see, I think, a real similar repeat. But appreciate the warm welcome that my family has experienced so far in the city of Madera. And if this is the normal process like the Board of Supervisors, I'll officially say I'm Steve Stark, and I reside in the city of Madera Ranchos. So with that, I want to share with the community really the reopening plan of Madera Community Hospital. I have been on board for 1 month and 2 days, and we've made a lot of progress. So I want to share with you that and then open up questions if you have any about the hospital. So there's a lot of construction in progress right now. And we've been asked, why are we doing all this construction? It seems like if we turn the lights out a couple of years ago, we can come back and turn the lights on. And unfortunately, when the hospital closed, we have to bring a lot of the facility up to current code. That's handicap accessibility, ADA compliance, and a building that sits empty for 2 years really degrades. It seems to degrade faster when it's not used than perhaps when it is. So there's a lot of work that's going on right now, and there's a lot of overdue work that needed to be done, but I believe Madera Community Hospital lacked the resources and the funding to do that before it closed. And so these are a lot of necessary things, but you can see some photos here of some things that's going on. There's a lot of new flooring that's going down. There's really a facelift of what we call the new and improved version of Madera Community Hospital. And so I think what you'll see in the community is something that you'll be proud of, something that should attract high quality physicians and employees and ultimately take excellent care of our community. So I hope you'll get a chance when we announce an open house that you could come and see the hospital. I always say it's much cheaper to see it while it's closed than when it's open. It gets expensive to go through a hospital when it's open. So there's a lot of licensing requirements. Some of these are complete. Some of these are really underway, and on a regular basis, almost daily, we get updates on, hey, that license just got approved. I won't bore you with all of these, but the big one that we're waiting on right now is the pharmacy license from the Board of Pharmacy. So they're coming next week. We hope to clear that, and we'll have our pharmacy license. But that one, believe it or not, ties up the state license, the federal license. It ties up the DEA license, which the doctors need to prescribe medications. So that particular one is sort of the last big hurdle that I think we have before we can really start moving it into high speed. So a lot of these have been done. A lot of these are just kind of waiting on the process to happen, but they're all coming together really nicely. So there's some key priorities that I set a month ago when I joined Madera Community Hospital, and really these are a few of them, but we want to build local partnerships. I firmly believe that the hospital can't be successful without local partnerships. We rely on the local community just as much as I believe the community rely on having a hospital. So we're going to buy local, support local, bid local, and try to use local as much as we can. And so I think you'll see that. I firmly believe that there's excellent employees that live in and around Madera, and we want those folks to come and work at the hospital. We want excellent patient care. I only have heard stories about what I call the older version of MCH, and my priority is to it's real simple. Take really good care of your people and take really good care of your patients, and everything else sort of comes together sort of naturally. So my goal is to provide excellent care to our patients and really become an employer of choice for Madera. And we're going to do that with competitive pay and benefits. I think you'll see that we are going to compete where our youth in our schools can come and to a local hospital and compete with really anywhere in the valley. If they want to work in Madera, they should be able to do that and not worry about if they can make a lot more money to go to Fresno or Merced. We want to have good jobs right here in Madera. The hospital will become and was once an economic engine for both the city and the county, and we want to rebuild that the way that it was. Lower ER wait times. I've heard that ER wait times in the previous MCH was pretty high. Coming from the northern region, I will tell you it's high across the state. However, we will implement strategies to try to improve throughput, offer alternatives for those that may not need an ER visit, have same-day appointments and walk-in schedules where if you're not feeling so well, but it's not life-threatening, maybe divert into a clinic where you can get in on the same day. That might be an alternative. So we're going to work on lowering ER wait times with good resources, high-quality resources, but really the next line of same-day appointments, I think, is a key strategy to that. So we will start with being able to offer a 7-day-a-week sort of walk-in / urgent care type of clinic, and hopefully that'll keep the really sick people in the ER, and the ones that aren't quite that sick, maybe they can get care in one of our clinic systems. We also want to hear from our community and our local partners on what we're missing. I think there's services that we could provide local to prevent our Maderians from traveling out of Madera to find those services. So we will conduct surveys and solicit feedback to find out what is it that our members, our citizens are traveling out of Madera to receive, and we want to see if we can maybe do it right here. That includes lab, diagnostic imaging, maybe a specialist that, maybe you're going to Fresno or farther to get to. We want to try to recruit that right here from Madera. And then finally, we have to find a model to create financial stability. We saw what happened 2 years ago. We want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So we will be aware of the restrictions that there are on, getting a really high Medi-Cal. That's one of our payers, and they're at the table right now saying, how can we help create a better future for Madera? And so we're working on that right now, but we hope that we'll provide, and I know we'll provide, an excellent service to the community. If you'll forget perhaps some of the history of MCH before it closed, if you had a bad experience, I'd say give us a chance now to prove what we can do. I have had a lot of success in creating excellent patient satisfaction and provider satisfaction and employer of choice. And I come to this community unbiased and really unknown, but if you'll give me a chance and give our company a chance, I think you'll be really proud of what we're building together. And we hope that you'll all give us that chance. If you ever wondered if you would, please do. So we have some services that will open really day one. We're going to start with a basic emergency department. And I know basic sounds kind of low level. It isn't. It's actually very high level. That's just what they call it, is a basic ER. So that requires a medical surgical unit with an ICU, 24/7 surgery. So if someone comes in with an emergency surgery, we have to be able to produce that. Full suite of diagnostic imaging and laboratory, of course, pharmacy and nutrition. So the hospital on a little bit of a smaller scale is going to look just like a big hospital out of the gate. We are going to have capacity to have a fully functioning ER. I believe that the ER will be packed almost overnight, because I've heard that wait times in some of the area hospitals is up to 12 hours to get into the doctor. So we know that patients will not want to wait that long. So we will be ready for a fully functional, fully staffed ER. So these are a list of some of the things that will come right on the first day. Now, some milestones, and I'll just jump to the bottom because I know what you're asking is, when will we open? We've tentatively said November 18th. However, in 2 spots, you'll notice I've put estimates only, subject to change. And that's really, again, based on this pharmacy license. We are trying to navigate through the bureaucracy of getting that approved. But if worst case scenario happens, we will inevitably have to push the go live date back. We could be into December. We could even be in January. I don't envision it would ever take longer than that. But we're assuming that our survey for the pharmacy will go well. We are ready for them to come. We are camping their office in Sacramento saying, please come support Madera. And I think with the help of some of our elected officials, we have applied enough nudging that they are now coming next week, which is about 2 months early. So we believe November 18th is a date that we feel good about today. But if Mayor Santos invites me back and I change the date, please don't hold that against me. With that, I would like to answer any questions you may have of me, my family, or Madera Community Hospital. Oh, and really quick, I want to thank Deidre DeSalva. She is here with me, and Monty Pisaresi. I think did I get that right? Sorry. It's a unique name. And so these are 2 of our board of governors that are on the Madera Community Board. And then the rest of our board is made up of highly trained physicians and professionals that I think will lead this organization in a much brighter direction than perhaps that it did before. And so I wanted to recognize those. And thanks for coming again tonight to join me. I feel somewhat lonely sometimes, but these guys have been great. So.
Steve, could you put that last slide? It had where people can call or to look in for information. I know you don't really have staff right now. You got a lot of construction there. Yeah, thank you. My colleagues, does anybody have any questions or comments on that? I see none for now. I think you did a great job. Welcome. Thank you all. We wish you well. And as all of us have said at one point or another, we want you to succeed, because if you succeed, then we succeed. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Steve and Nadine, you can come up. Come on down. I think everyone was listening to that presentation on the hospital, and I think you're all very happy with that, right? I know I am. Welcome. Welcome. Right. So it's an honor and a privilege to, from the Madera City Council, to present this proclamation for Old Timers Week. Whereas the 93rd anniversary of Old Timers Day will be celebrated in Madera on Saturday, 28, 2024. And whereas it has long been the tradition to honor citizens who have been residents of the city or county of 50 years or more with 3 week-long activities, a parade down Yosemite Avenue, and a community-wide day in the park celebration on Saturday. Whereas it is fitting to recognize the contributions made by Madera old timers in the creation and development of the city and county of Madera, and whereas the Honorable King and Queen of the 2023 Old Timers Day Parade, Steve and Nadine King, are the recipients of the 2024 Old Timers Week proclamation. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Santos Garcia, Mayor of the City of Madera, and on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim September 23rd and 28th through the 28th, 2024, as Old Timers Week in Madera, and take great pleasure in honoring the old timers of the old city and the county in conveying our sincere gratitude and appreciation for their dedicated efforts and contributions in helping to shape our local history. Signed this 18th day of September, 2024, Santos Garcia, Mayor, City of Madera.
Well, I appreciate this very much. Last year, me and my wife, we went on a trip to Maine and got back here in time for the parade. And as King and Queen, and we was looking forward to riding in the stagecoach with our grandkids and our sons and daughters. And we both come down with COVID. So we got to follow the 2 stagecoaches through the parade in our car. But it's good, though. It was raining. So that helped us a whole lot. But it was a sad moment. The night before, we didn't get to go to the Elks Lodge for the dinner. And so our kids stepped in and did a good job. So it worked out good. And we got to watch it on Zoom, I guess it was. So anyway, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I'm not inviting.
Oh,
no, not since.
You got a shot yesterday.
He got shot yesterday. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's good.
Great. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you.
Thanks again for that.
Absolutely. See you better.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Be down there. All right. Good.
You said, do we have any that are not here today? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, the moment we've been waiting for the Citizens Academy participant recognition. And so as I call your name, if you can come on up, we'll do this in an orderly fashion. The first one is Amber Cardia. So we'll read this at the end of it. Congratulations. Come on up and go on. Arij Latif. Shy. Alejandra Osegura. Bricia Garcia. Briselda Pacheco. Esvin Williams. Nice shirt.
Thank you.
Hector Vaca. Got to give me one of them. There you go. Irene Fleming. Jasmine Brager. Karina Prudente Vargas. De nada, de nada. Mark Vale. No Mark? Okay. Susan Crosno. I'm going to hand this over to Arnoldo because this is his program, and I'm going to let him do the honors of saying whatever you like.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First of all, I just want to thank everyone for coming out this evening and for joining us for 8 or 9 Mondays. I know it was very hot. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it. Hopefully you took a lot out of it. I had a great time because I pretty much listened to myself speak, which was awesome. And I also want to thank the families. So thank you very much for letting your family, for your loved ones. I know that we have some parents here with small kids at home, for allowing them to join us on Monday. And it was all volunteer. And it was really just because people want to learn about their community. They want to know what's going on in the city. They want to become involved. And that was the goal. And I think we accomplished that, hopefully. And if we didn't do that, hopefully we get some constructive feedback to say, well, you guys missed the mark. But I just want to thank everyone again. Thank you very much. The plan is to do this again in the springtime. We're very grateful. I think we had a great first group of folks join us. You were kind of our guinea pigs. We were learning as we were going. And the first person through the wall always gets bloody. So whenever there's a few hiccups, everyone was patient and very understanding with us. So thank you very much. And again, so thank you to the families for coming out and for allowing everyone to join us for 8 or 9 Sundays. So thank you. Mayor, thank you very much.
Anyone turn aside when you get up there, we'll make it. Show your. Good job. This is your baby. I'll leave you take my side. So everybody show your certificates. Then turn sideways. If you turn sideways, we can see you.
Who wants to be in the front?
Venga, ven para acá. Pasa para acá.
Only because I'm changing.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yes. Then a little bit more, please.
Let us know if we need to continue.
Are we showing? Oh, yes, I could see her reach come out a little bit.
Better?
All right, ready? Everyone on three. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. And then I'll move so everyone else can take.
No más.
Thank you.
To the 1, 2, 3. Take care. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Fine, that was not. You're ready to go.
Council members. Council members. You guys all want in.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Everybody gets something under their chair. Okay. All right. Well, that was fun. We will now move on to public comment. The first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. Speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comments. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold a comment until that item is called. Comments on items listed as a public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is open. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusion should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time. Are there any members of the public who would wish to step up to the podium and address us under public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Kendall Flint. I'm with DKS Associates, and I'm a consultant that's been working with the Madera County Transportation Authority for the last 1.5 years on Measure T. And I'm here tonight just to give the council a very brief update. We are continuing to do meetings, workshops, and opportunities to engage the public and let them know what's in the measure. But I think you may recall I was before this council several months ago when we were presenting the MCTA version of the expenditure plan. And since then, a citizens group has decided to put this matter on the ballot. And a lot of people are a little confused about what that means. And I just wanted to point out 2 things to make sure that everybody knows. It is the exact same plan that was developed by the Citizens Steering Committee that was made up of representatives from all 5 supervisorial districts. That group met over 6 months between basically October and April and unanimously passed that measure and said, hey, let's get this to the board of the MCTA group. I assured them, based on assurances I got from the MCTA board, that whatever they came up with was the one that was going to move forward, and the board was good to their word. At the time that we set up the meeting, the Citizens Advisory Committee used an earlier version of the expenditure plan. And in that earlier version, it did not have one thing that was added towards the end by the steering committee, which basically asked for a 30-day review period so the public would have an opportunity to see what funding or what funds from Measure T were going to be used for the next year. That is the only difference between the two measures. So I spoke with the Board of Supervisors yesterday. I will be at the Chowchilla City Council next week. But my request is that the council work with staff and direct them to develop a resolution that basically memorializes that so that it can be in writing prior to the election. Because we do have some folks out there that are spreading, shall we say, less than accurate information that indicates that developers or other interests intentionally remove that. And that's a complete fabrication. So one thing we can do is if we can, is to get that passed so that when we move forward towards the election, the folks can know that this council, along with the Board of Supervisors and the council in Chowchilla, stand by what we discussed at the very beginning. The other thing I want to make people understand is that the difference between the two processes is that the council, an agency that puts something forth has to have a 2/3 majority. The reason they went for the citizen is because it's only a simple majority. And we had basically 5,000-6,000 people that felt strongly about it enough to put it on the ballot to ensure that there would be the best opportunity for success. So I'm not here tonight to tell you to vote for it, vote against it, but I am here tonight to ask the council to work with staff to address this resolution. So good.
Thank you very much.
But thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have new music. It's like, when do we get music?
The Academy's.
Yeah. I was like, good job, Alicia.
Thank you, Kendall.
Thanks, guys.
Mr. Savage.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, council and staff. I'm Kyle Savage, Congressman John Duarte's field representative for Madera and Fresno County, just stopping by to provide a legislation update. So I would like to say that Congressman John Duarte co-sponsored the Farm to Market Road Improvement Act, or HR 9531, to improve rural community roads, bridges, and waterways. This was a bipartisan group of colleagues that introduced this bill that sets aside 10% of the Rural Surface Transportation Grant Program for farm to road market road projects. Heavy trucks move most of our groceries with strains valley roads. Our valley economy and food availability depend on strengthening our local food supply and communities. Congressman Duarte made this statement while co-sponsoring this bill, stating that this law will improve our valley communities that Sacramento and Washington often overlook. Improving these roads will significantly reduce delays, costs, and grocery prices. I'm thrilled our valley will finally get the federal attention and funding we deserve. A little bit of background about this is that trucks carry usually about 83% of agricultural freight by tonnage, with many trucks weighing up to 80,000 pounds each. Poor farm-to-market roads lead to delays and higher costs, and the act will support all of Congressman Duarte's counties of Fresno, Merced, Madera, San Joaquin, and Stanislaus. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Arturo?
Good afternoon again, City Council, Mayor. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come at the first City Council of this month, but the legislative cycle for the Senate is and the legislature for the state has not ended. So right now, legislators are focusing on laws for next year. And on that note, so recently our website for the senator was improved. I know sometimes I give those cards out, business cards, like if constituents need casework assistance, we improved this. So now, for example, you have a constituent comes to you who has a state issue, instead of the emailing or calling us, which they can still do, but now they can go on Senator Ana Caballero on her website, contact us. It'll be constituent issues. So it could be like ADD, state road they have a concern about. It's simpler and faster. And also, I also had the privilege of meeting with Cal Viva Promotoras earlier this month, and the Senator also had the opportunity to meet with Visión y Compromiso Promotoras last week. So right now it's been a busy week. It's going. All the legislative season is not technically done, but we're still continuing that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Arnoldo, do we have any Zoom? I don't see anybody on Zoom. And thinking we might not have anything in writing, we can always bring that item back and we
So no, Mayor, we have no one on Zoom with their hand up.
Okay. Okay, so if we do have a written comment, we'll certainly come back and include that in the hearing. We will close public comment and we'll go to item A, public hearings. This is item A1 is a public hearing regarding the program year 2023-2024 Community Block Grant CDBG Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, paper, and financial summary. Do you have this item in lieu of Mr. Lima?
I do.
Okay.
I always forgot how to do this. No, do I do it?
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna, I don't know, council. Share.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. This evening, I am presenting on the CDBG's Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Just as a refresher, the CAPER is it's one of the requirements from the Community Development Block Grant. It demonstrates the progress made on the goals set forth in the 2023-2024 program year CDBG action plan. It provides the Housing and Urban Development Department with data regarding individuals served, project activity detail, and the achieved outcomes of the projects that were funded throughout the program year. For program year 2023-2024, the city CDBG allocation was in the amount of $981,730. The city dispersed a total of over $1.6 million of CDBG funds in program year 2023-24. A significant portion of these expenditures are attributed to the completion and or progress of existing capital projects. Open capital improvement projects currently in progress make up the unexpended CDBG balance. This table is a summary, it's a snapshot of the CDBG fund balance. So the top of the table breaks down 3 years worth of carryover balances that you'll see total there over 1.5 million. And there is a breakdown of the award amount, how much has been spent to date, and the remaining grant balances. Now these balances are as of June 30th, 2023. As I mentioned, the 2023 allocation was over $981,000. Part of our CDBG resources also include any balance in the revolving loan fund allocation. So for program year 2023, there was a total of $130,823 available in revolving loan funds. So the available CDBG resources for program year 2023 totaled over $2.6 million. During the program year, the CDBG program dispersed over $1 million from carryover balances. That's where that money was pulled from. And directly from the 2023 award, the total expenditures were $537,189 for a total disbursement balance of just over $1.6 million. This leaves us with the remaining unexpended balance as of June 30th, 2024 of $1,069,745,000. So in essence, that dollar amount becomes the beginning fund balance for the CDBG, the current CDBG program year. In program year 2021, the city received over $900,000 from the CARES Act. To date, the city has dispersed over $600,000 of this award, leaving the unexpended balance total to be $277,758. So this is a run through, just a summary of some of the accomplishments from the projects that were funded. These are the public service projects and their accomplishments. The Madera Coalition for Community Justice Youth Environmental Stewardship Program had a goal to serve 30 clients through this project. They were able to reach 26 students throughout the year. The Olive Charitable Organization had a goal to reach 19 clients. They provided case managed care to 20 victims of human trafficking. The City Parks Department Seniors Nutrition and Recreation Program had a goal to serve just shy of 6,000 clients. The department was able to serve congregate meals to over 12,000 seniors at the Pan Am Community Center and the Frank Burgon Senior Center. Project Run Madera had a goal to serve 500 clients. This project reached 397 track and field athletes and provided them with running shoes and other sport apparel. The Madera Rescue Mission, their goal was to serve 200 clients. A total of 368 individuals were provided a bed and or homeless services. Additional program outcomes include providing over 42,000 meals, 10 individuals obtained permanent housing, and 15 secured full-time employment. The Madera County Association of Realtors Down Payment Assistance Program had a goal to serve 5 clients. 1 family was able to be provided with down payment assistance. The Community Action Partnership of Madera County Housing Stabilization Project had a goal to serve 2 clients, and they were able to provide support and emergency housing to 1 family. For the capital-funded, CDBG-funded capital improvement projects, the City of Madera Parks Department completed the rehabilitation of the McNally Park. It's estimated that approximately 2,000 low, moderate income residents will access this park. Renovations include play structures, swing sets, trash receptacles, water fountains, benches, barbecue grills, picnic tables, and basketball courts. The City of Madera Parks Department also completed renovations of the Centennial Park Pool Complex. Here it's estimated that approximately 7,500 residents will access the pool. Upgrades and repairs include replastering and retiling 2 pools, replacing 12 pool skimmers, and replacing handrails to improve the ADA ramp in the lap pool. The City of Madera Public Works Department, sidewalk and ADA corner ramp. They are approximately halfway through spending this grant. A total of approximately, or of over 13,000 linear feet of concrete was poured in throughout the city limits, benefiting approximately 10,000 low moderate income residents, depending on the census tract. The City of Madera Engineering Department still has, as of the end of this program year, the ADA front counter had not been completed. There was progress made, and I believe it's been completed now. The City of Madera Engineering Department, Clinton Street Sewer and Water Improvements is also in progress, remains in progress at this time. The CDBG-CV accomplishments, these are the programs that were funded through the CARES Act. The Madera Coalition for Community Justice Rental Assistance Program had a goal to serve over 1,000 clients. And during the program year, they were able to serve 355 households with preventative support services. Community Action Partnership, their rental assistance program had a goal to serve 15 clients with direct utility assistance. They have this past program year, they were able to serve 5 households. The CAPER was published and available at the City Clerk's office on September 4th, 2024. During the 15-day public comment period, no comments have been received. The public review and comment period will expire today, September 18th, 2024. Our request is for council to open the public hearing, adopt a resolution approving submission of fiscal year 2023-2024 CAPER and financial summary report to HUD. Upon approval, staff will submit the CAPER to HUD. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now open the public hearing. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item with item A1? Alicia, do we have any written or Zoom comments?
We have none, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now close public comment on this item. I will now bring it back to my colleagues for questions and or discussion and or a motion.
Motion to approve A1.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Motion to approve item A1 by Councilmember Evans, second by Councilmember Montes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank
you very much for that very detailed report. That was excellent.
Yes.
We will now move on to item B, the consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request an item be removed from the consent calendar and it will be considered separately. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none on Zoom and none on written form.
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you, Alicia. We'll close public comment on that. I'll bring it back to my colleagues for a discussion and or a motion for the consent calendar.
Move to approve consent as presented.
Second.
Motion to approve the consent calendar by Councilmember Montes, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gallegos. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Consent calendar is approved. Item C, workshops. There are no workshops tonight. There are no, under item D, petitions, bids, resolutions, ordinances, and agreements, there are none. So we'll continue on to administrator reports. Under item E, administrator reports, item E1 is a Spanish language interpretation at city council meetings. Presentation, Alicia, do you have this item?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. And just for the record, I wanted to announce that Councilwoman Mejia arrived at 6:17 p.m.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. One moment while I pull up my presentation. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alicia Gonzalez. I'm the City Clerk for the City of Madera, and this evening's item that I bring before you is Spanish language interpretation at City Council meetings. A little bit of background is at the August 21st, 2024 meeting, Council requested a workshop to explore the integration of two-way Spanish-English interpretation at future meetings. Over 46% of residents in Madera speak a language other than English, at home predominantly Spanish. The existing translation practices, the city has traditionally relied on city staff with public requests channeled through the city clerk's office. 72 hours notice is recommended but not mandatory. Qualified bilingual staff, specifically those at the top tier, can provide interpretation services. Mid-management or management staff, though ineligible for overtime, can volunteer without incurring additional costs. However, if overtime is applicable for Tier 3 staff, rates could range from $29 to $57 per hour. Flexible work schedules with prior notice may be considered, although this adjustment could impact regularly scheduled daily work assignments. It is worth noting that in the past 2 years, translation services have been requested 3 times. Virtual accessibility. Recognizing the importance of virtual accessibility, council meetings are open to public participation via Zoom. Zoom offers simultaneous interpretation with the use of live interpreters. It offers closed captioning. Zoom will only record the original meeting audio, not the translated version. However, if the participant is listening to the meeting in Spanish, the Spanish channel will be recorded locally. A potential tool is Wordly. Wordly is a cloud-based artificial intelligence AI-powered platform that offers real-time audio and text translations in over 20 languages. Wordly allows non-English speaking residents to better understand and participate in council discussions by providing translation services through their personal devices, such as their smartphones, tablets, and laptops. Wordly appears to be more cost-effective than hiring in-person interpreters for each meeting and does not require any specialized equipment. Some key considerations when hiring translators or interpreters. Several key considerations should be considered to ensure the effectiveness and reliability of language services. Professionalism and expertise. The translators who are experienced and well-trained in the specific fields relevant to the content. Professionalism ensures accuracy and proficiency in translating specialized terminology. And language proficiency. Translators should be fluent in the source and target languages. Proficiency in cultural nuances and idioms is crucial for accurate and culturally sensitive translations. And the third is cost and timeliness. In an effort to identify potential options, staff contacted firms that specialize in translating public meetings, including agencies located in Fresno. It is noted that the annual cost information is not exhaustive, rather it is a sample. Here's a list of on-site interpretation service costs. This is, at the last meeting, I was able to provide council with the 3 interpreters from Southern California. I now have added the 2 responsive interpreters from Fresno. So you'll see Spanish language services, their annual cost is a little over $3,400. Orchid interpreting, a little over $17,000, and then the other 3 were listed in the last report, with bilingual services at a little over $85,000, reliable translations at $16,000, and homeland language services at $13,680. Other agencies providing Spanish translation. Staff contacted the following local agencies to better understand how they provide interpretation services. I contacted Madera County Workforce Assistance Center, Madera County Board of Supervisors, Madera County Transportation Commission, MCTC, and Madera Unified. 3 of those agencies provide in-person interpretation upon request. Advance notice is required, and each agency maintains a contract with the vendor. MUSD offers in-person and Zoom interpretation services during board meetings. This service is provided by MUSD staff. As observed in other agencies, the demand for real-time interpretation services can be relatively low, and it is challenging to predict whether these services will be utilized at all city council meetings. Here are a few alternatives. Should the council require further information, analysis, or research to enhance their understanding of our decision-making processes regarding this matter, the option exists to direct staff accordingly. This could involve tasking staff to conduct additional research or gather data to address specific queries or areas of concern, direct staff to select or further research other interpreting service options, or direct staff to continue using the same practice in place for interpretation services. And its financial impact. Following council's direction, staff will be available to evaluate the financial impact more accurately. That concludes my presentation, Mayor and Council, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on the item regarding Spanish language translation, interpretation? Do we have any written or Zoom? I don't see any Zoom.
I have Zoom here, but I do have a few written public comments. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. We have received written public comment. The first one is from Joanna Torres. Greetings, my name is Joanna Torres. My pronouns are she, her, ella. I'm submitting this public comment regarding interpretation at city council meetings. As mentioned in the report, almost half of Maderans speak a language other than English. Growing up in Madera, I personally feel the percentage is actually higher. Nonetheless, this clearly points out that by not having adequate simultaneous interpretation available at these meetings, the city council is purposefully excluding half of Madera from these public meetings. I have witnessed individuals who did not speak English attend these meetings and receive awkward interpretation by council members or receive wrong interpretation by the simultaneous interpreters when they were provided, where a family friend asked me to listen into it because it didn't make sense. I find it offensive that providing interpretation is up for discussion when the city has an obligation to provide it. I think the appropriate discussion should be how can we make these spaces more diverse to reflect the community, ensure our neighbors know this is available to them instead of making excuses to exclude them, and secure the best interpretation services available. In the perfect world, the city staff in collaboration with council members would host workshops on local government 101 in Spanish, Punjabi, Triqui, and Zapoteco, the top languages spoken in Madera, after meeting residents where they are to ensure they are aware of these tools. Respectfully, I'd like to remind all city representatives, staff, and elected to be mindful of how this is discussed moving forward because the report felt biased. Thank you, Joanna. The next public comment is from Noe Hernandez. Public comment for interpretation at city council meetings. I think it's great that the city is looking into providing interpretation. The Madera Unified School District is a good example, but I would like to suggest that you also provide the agenda and whatever top language spoken in Madera, in addition to work with local community organizations to let residents know interpretation is available. I think more people will be engaged if they are aware of these services. So maybe going to different events or gatherings where individuals who do not speak English gather to share the good news. Thanks, Noe Hernandez, a lifelong Madera resident. This email is from Estela Ruiz. Mayor and council members, my name is Maria Estela. I am a resident from Madera. I'm writing today to request that Spanish interpretation services be provided during Madera City Council meetings. Many residents in our community speak Spanish as their primary language. And without interpretation, they may not fully understand the discussions that affect their lives. By offering interpretation, we ensure everyone has equal access to important information and decisions. It also encourages more people to participate in local government and helps build trust between the council and the community. Other cities near us already provide these services, and Madera can do the same to ensure everyone feels included and heard. Thank you. And I have one in Spanish, and let's see.
You want to translate that with Arnoldo?
I'm trying. Let me see.
Arnoldo?
This is a test.
Yeah, give it to Arnoldo.
See, I might do it right here.
It says okay. Yeah, I get that bias part.
Alt delete. Let's see. I translated it to English. My name is Petra Perez. I have lived in Madera for many years and I have attended together in the past, but I don't quite understand why it's in English. They told me that they will have interpretation in the future. I wanted to thank them and ask them to be good performances because sometimes they don't do it well. Thank you for taking us into account. And I'm sure there's a few words. And that completes the public comment for this item, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will now close public comment and I'll bring it back to my colleagues for discussion. Seeing none, well, I guess I'll go first. I think it's a good idea that we take into account our communities and their diversity. I think we should look into this. I'm definitely interested because I did do some research on AI, and I know that a lot of people question whether AI is appropriate, but I do believe it's appropriate because of the cost. But I didn't see any cost here, so I would like to ask that if we're looking into this, looking into the cost, I think it would be very important. Having said that, I think that it's important for us to be able to include our community and there be no question about our transparency in all the business of the city. And so if we're able to do this effectively and cost effectively with AI, I think I would like to have that. In-person services I know can be expensive. I saw one slide. Could you put that slide back up again? It was very expensive. Of course, that's at the very top end. And then the other consideration that we've only used it 3 times in the last X amount of times. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't provide more and it should be readily available. But I think, yeah, that's a good one. So that should be taken into account. So I think it's a good move for us to do it, to include our communities. And so I would like to see more research done so that we can make an educated decision down the line. Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that there are viable alternatives that are presented today that are cost effective. As we just witnessed, technology is definitely not reliable when it comes to translating accurately. In this live example from Google Translate, So I think that it would be a great investment for us to make sure that a lot more citizens, a lot more residents in Madera are part of this political process. I would like to note that when I got on council, I remember that the instructions were fully in English. If I only speak Spanish, I'm not going to be able to read the instructions and know that that interpretation is available. Right now, we do have a line where one of the sentences does say, if you want this assistance for this in Spanish, call this number. So I would just like for us to move forward in eliminating barriers such as that kind of access and making sure that it is always readily available. Should our monolingual Spanish speakers decide to attend a meeting, as they have in the past. I have also sat here and watched people just sit there and awkwardness, waiting for that assistance. And I just don't think that it's fair that they have to go through that when they're trying to come here and engage and be a part of the process. Like I said, I do see a couple of options. Thank you for making that further research, Alicia. There are more cost-effective options here today than were presented last time. I do have a question about one of them. I'm wondering if ORCID interpretation, I see that there's $150 per hour via Zoom. Is that the cost for in-person, or what would be the cost in person?
So for Zoom, it is an in-person interpreter.
Okay.
Yes. So if it's going to be a live translation, then we want someone in person, then yes, we would have to hire the person to be in the council chamber for in person. If we want someone on Zoom interpreting, it is still a live person that you have to hire, and you set up what is called a Zoom room for them. Mm-hmm. And they are able to access that room and translate via Zoom through Zoom. So even if the people are here within the council chamber, they won't be able to hear the translation unless they're listening from their own device with their own headsets. Okay. If that makes sense. So I think yes, I don't want to jump forward. So yes, that's how it works. They're set up in a Zoom room. Mm-hmm. So it's still not something that's accessible for in person. It's still virtual.
Okay, so then we would have the setup here. Staff would set that up in case anybody were to show up. They have the Zoom option when they show up here, or how would it work for people coming in getting those instructions?
So the instructions would be on the agenda with something we would say, if you want to access live interpretation via Zoom, I've seen it where cities have added a QR code, or they've set up a link specific for, or actually when you log on to the link, it actually gives you the option to access interpretation. And they can that's how they access the interpreter. However, they would have to use a headset to listen to the meeting in whichever language that they're selecting to use it in. But not any language, it would be Spanish, because we would only hire the one interpreter to provide that service in Spanish.
Okay. And so for ORCID or for the Fresno options, was there any in-person fee that they provided?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So let me skip back to the... So for ORCID, these are all in-person on-site translations. And for ORCID, it was a little over $1,700 annually. And that's not including travel time. They did not have headsets, but we let them know that we had headsets. So it's a little over $1,700.
Point of clarification on our thing, it says 17,000.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, 17,000. You're right.
Good catch.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Councilmember Montes.
Yeah, so I think we should provide something there, because and it's kind of hard. Sometimes people decide they're going to come to council, and sometimes they don't. And you will probably get more participation if we have that option, even if they don't ask for it, right? Somebody can come back and even look at old council meetings and say, I want to know about X, Y, Z. I don't think any of these options go backwards, right? Like, so we wouldn't, like, on our catalog online was it on YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. They wouldn't be able to view old council meetings and have them interpreted.
Not through, no, we don't offer that.
So I would ask maybe if we can start off with the AI. So what I've been trying to get into AI at and with my employer, and all the AI companies say, hey, this works, but you're actually teaching the AI. And so while they pitch it as it works, it's actually learning off of you, right? So you make corrections and it's kind of intuitive, or it is. And so it learns what it's supposed to do, what it's not supposed to do. I would say maybe if we start off with that and we invite some of the community members that would use these services to test it out for us. Right. So then the community is involved in saying, hey, this is going to work or this is not going to work, at least in the interim. And if that does work, then we have a much more cost-effective method, and then maybe that can even be applied to, archiving. You can watch some of the old council meetings and maybe apply that AI technology to that as they choose to go. I don't know who does that, goes back to the YouTube and watches the old council meetings. Maybe just me, but hey, maybe there's some people that are weird like me out there. So I think that's what I would do. And on this technology, if there are trials, because some of the AI firms that I've been talking to, and it's not translation services, it's other things. They do offer like 6-month trials, but again, we're teaching their software. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's kind of, mutually beneficial. And then if it's a nominal cost, is this something that you or the city manager would have pre-approved authority to say, hey, if it's a like maybe like a subscription for like $5,000 a year, right, that we can do something like that without it having, just to test it out, right, without having to come back to council. I'm sure it's not going to be perfect. I'm sure there's going to be some things, but that would be the best way, in my opinion, to get community input so they can actually test it out, because the Google doesn't really work that well, right? But I've also heard people translate, and it's the same thing. I was like, well, that didn't make sense. I've tried to translate for people, and I was like, well, that didn't make sense. I didn't even understand myself, right? So I mean, there's no matter what we do, there's going to be some difficulties inherent in translation. So I don't know if that would be at least a solution temporarily. I mean, I know resources are tight, but we don't want to disenfranchise people or not have people be included, right? And just having that simple service, and it's an option, right? People still have to want to come to council. I don't know what else we can do to make it more exciting. I don't know if that's part of our job, but yeah, accessible. I think that's something that we should do. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay. I believe Mayor Pro Tem, or
yeah, I was before Councilman Montez, but I let him go. You're welcome. Alicia, thank you. And I am in agreement with Councilwoman Mejia about making sure we leave today with something set in place. I've been in Madera Unified School District board meetings several times, and they do have an interpreter. So my question to you is, do we have somebody in-house that's a tier 3 interpretation? Yes,
we do. Yes.
Okay. So I don't know, we could do something like when we have public works, somebody on call, if they even spend 15 minutes or half an hour, it's a 2-hour pay. That if we had somebody slotted out for interpretations for council meetings and there was nobody here that needed interpretation, they stayed for 30 minutes or whenever we started the meeting. If like today our proclamations went to 45 minutes, and then maybe we say a half an hour after that, if nobody shows, they're able to go home, because sometimes our council meetings are 5 or 6 hours and there's nobody here that needs translations. So I don't know if that's something that we could look at, is having somebody slotted in to do our meetings and they do show up, and we purchase maybe headsets, because that's what Madera Unified does, and we pass them out, and we can, as council, agree, or you can research what they have at Madera Unified. If they do have headsets, I've seen maybe 5 people at the most use them, and I know they have a case of them. I don't know how many is in the case, but for me, I think that would be a one-to-one person, somebody that's knowledgeable and is at that level that can translate where it is understandable. And then when you see people, you can kind of, when you're translating, you see if they're getting it or not, because sometimes correct Spanish is not always what they get, and you can kind of see they're not getting it, to kind of like change the language a little bit so that they're understanding it. When you go to an AI software, which I think that's great, and they're developing it, I don't think it's there yet. So for our community, I don't know if that's the best thing, but we could look into it. And I'm a go-to with technology and looking into that. But right now, I think we need a person in-house to kind of judge our community when they do come to our council meetings. And that's my suggestion. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Evans.
Yeah, yes, I'm in agreement with both of them because I was sitting here thinking, okay, we're going to have someone here to translate. And as you said, there's really no one here now. Not saying that you guys aren't anyone, but I'm just saying that there's no one here that we would necessarily need a translator for. So to have a person here paying them $150 an hour, and as you said, 5 hours, that would be quite expensive each council meeting. So if we do have someone as a 3-tier to be able to come in and translate and give them an hour, if once the public comments and all of the proclamations and things of that nature are over, and if there's no one else that remains that needs that extra interpretation, then they can be released to go home. Maybe you can offset that day for them or however it has to be done. But I'm in agreement with each one of my colleagues in reference to having this here, but also thinking of the cost and the number of people that are here right now. So that's my take on it, and that's where I'm at. Just kind of research it and then maybe come back.
Okay.
Because I'm studying Babel, so it gives me what it says, and sometimes it's not always correct when I come out and try to say it. It doesn't work that way. So the technology is working, but not everything is, cohesive with each other. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. So I know since the inception of Zoom with their council meetings, it brought a lot of hype about, having access to our meetings. And a lot of folks took advantage of it, and we took advantage of it during that period of time. But as I look through Zoom, sometimes I see that there isn't a great need other than, us as the city of Madera and also the staff. But I don't see a lot of participation in there. It's available. I know Zoom offers different languages. I like the idea of Wordly because AI is starting to become very effective in many different ways. I deal with it sometimes once, twice a week. I like the fact that it has its ability to provide in different languages. I think when there's a special event or something that requires a language that it doesn't cover, and I do think that that should be something to consider and bring it back here. But this is changing pretty fast. And to Councilmember Montes' point, it's adapting to whatever commands we give it. So I think it's going to be the future. I mean, you're going to see headsets that'll be sitting there at some point. You give people they don't have to have the burden of making it out here. They can have it at the palm of their hands. They can have it in their computer, laptops at home, understanding exactly what we're saying. When we translate, sometimes you lose context. It doesn't matter whether I'm doing it, I'm fluent in Spanish, I do this all the time. I can't always provide the same exact message that was provided there. It loses some of its context when I'm translating. But the key part about it is, did you understand the message regarding the resolution and or what's being taken place? And that's something that we can do with Wordly. Is we can certainly provide a demo. It offers demos. We can bring that back and see if that's actually something that works. To Councilmember Montes' point, is we can test it out to see if that actually is very effective. If it's not, then we don't waste a lot of time. We go back to whatever plans in order for us to get a good interpretation or translation of that. But I'm definitely in favor of some AI that can provide not only Spanish, but can provide different languages. I know we serve a lot of communities, predominantly Spanish, of course, and other languages such as in the Oaxacan language. I'd like to know if that's even covered there. I'd love to make sure that we don't exclude any language that's out there. But if that's an issue, then we bring back the other solutions for that as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mejia.
Thank you. I think that so I didn't see a lot of the detail for the staff person being present. I think that would be a good way to also be mindful of the cost. and I would definitely stay away from technology. At the last League of Cities, they talked about how cities need to be wary of artificial intelligence since, it hasn't been explored enough. And that was for the English language. So I would imagine it's a lot. There's more to be careful about with Spanish and translating. So I would stay away from technology. I would rather us go in a direction where we would have a person here providing that. Staff, I know that they may not be hourly. I think that I would highly suggest for that person that it is selected for that to make that a part of an 8-hour or a part of their day if they have to come in later, just because when you interpret, you have to really have a rested mind. It's a very difficult mental work. So I think going in the direction of having a staff person here and being in their most best energy in that kind of state would be good. I think that we already have headsets. I know last time they weren't really working. I don't know if they're good now. Maybe they could use that. But yeah, just having somebody here from staff every council meeting.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to reiterate my preference for using an AI service. I think we need to research that more. I don't believe that it is such a new technology that it can't be useful to us. Also, when we mentioned the translation services, we're not going to be only looking at Spanish because we mentioned Punjabi. We also mentioned Oaxaqueños. And so if a person that's on staff can't speak Oaxaqueño, and we've had visitors here talking about the Guelaguetza, are they going to be able to translate that? So I would like to give the opportunity for us to use AI to be able to use our services. But again, it's going to require more research on our part. So I would ask the staff to do more research and then give it the opportunity to different avenues. Because like I said, if we have a staff person here who doesn't speak the Punjabi, I think Punjabi is the third largest population in Madera. I think it's English, Spanish, and then Punjabi. And as far as the Madera County elections, that's Punjabi also. And we do invite them here, and we've had them here in our house. And so the more languages that we're able to incorporate into our translation, if necessary, because like we said, we've only used it 3 times, then I think the more the better. Councilmember Mejia.
So I'd just like to get clarity, Mayor. Are you saying to only explore AI or?
No, we can explore. Yeah. No.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
Just because, so it's important to have accurate translation, and I just don't see us having technology be able to provide that for us in Spanish, and much less in a language like Mixteco, Zapoteco, which have even further variations. It's even hard to get a person to translate to you accurately for that. So again, I insist on in-person staff here.
Thank you. And no, it wasn't only that. I was looking for more research from our staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Garcia. So, Alicia, was there a cost associated to Wordly? Maybe I didn't see that on stat.
There is. I was on a call last week with a representative from Wordly. I just wanted a really quick demo because I'm not a very techie person, so I'm not going to try to use all the phrases that they shared with me. However, I had a brief call with them. I did ask them if they were willing to come to a city council meeting or join us via Zoom to make a presentation, provide us with a demo, answer any of the questions that our council may have of them. Wordly is purchased by it's hourly. So it just depends how many hours you purchase the software for. I got a quote for 25 hours, and this is just a rough quote. 25 hours was a little over $2,200. Mind you, we have over, I think it's 90 hours of meeting time. So 25 hours that's not going to cover all of our meeting time. I did also have a conversation with the city of Modesto, who recently rolled this out for their city. I had a call with the deputy city manager yesterday. He's the tech person for their city, so he's the one who implemented this, and they rolled it out in phases. They provided demos to their council. They were facing the same challenges and questions that our council and our city has in regard to that. So they rolled it out in phases, and they like it. They said it's worked very well for their city. He's all for it. And they have a QR code on their agenda. They have a QR code on their YouTube while it's displaying live, so that anyone can scan the QR code. You can be home, you could be in the council chamber, it pulls up on your phone, you select which language you want the meeting interpreted in, and you can either read it as a text as it's coming across your telephone, tablet, or whatever device you're using, or you can pop in your earbuds and you hear it as a live translation, and it doesn't sound like a robot. I asked them to play sound in the demo. So those are some of the options that were provided by Wordly staff and by the city of Modesto. So it is purchased by hour. And the quote I received for 25 hours was a little over $2,200.
Thank you. Now, you said the city, and how long has the city of Modesto had that?
I believe it's 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. And I mean, we can probably get some good information from them as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, I always thought that my parents could never handle Facebook, WhatsApp, and what have you. But you know what? They're very capable, and they've done a good job in transitioning to that. So technology has taken some leaps in regards to how to communicate with people, how to make it a lot easier. So I'm not anti-technology. I'm very pro-technology because it's helped people gain faster leaps and trying to be more efficient. So I feel that if it's something that we can do here and mimic what Modesto's doing, we can have a hybrid and then bring a bilingual person or someone that can speak to the languages that are not covered within that program. But the fact that it can cover simultaneous languages at the same time with the same hour, it just defeats the purpose of trying to get 3-4 different type of translators trying to translate at the same time. And then any special occasion where there's going to be a huge impact of folks that speak a certain language, then we have to cover that. We have to be prepared for that and saying, hey, these particular meetings are very, we have to be proactive in bringing bilingual, but we offer the services either way. Predominantly, I think you said 46% were Spanish, and I may have heard it may be different, but I mean, if that's and then you have Punjab and the other languages. So I think we can certainly cater to that. And at the same time, any special request, then we can certainly get someone that only speaks to that language or can interpret to that language. But I am in favor of the Wordly. I'd like to at least explore the demo. If this council feels comfortable with that, I'd be willing to move forward with that, at least to bring the demo. We're not necessarily signing any contracts. We want to know what that demo looks like and how it impacts our community when they're out here in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mejia.
Thank you. I do want to point out that so I do want to be fiscally responsible, but at the same time, historically, we have not provided this service. So our community doesn't know that it is, or that hopefully it becomes available consistently after today. So we really shouldn't hold it against them that they have not requested, because if you don't know that it's there, or if you do know that it's there, but it takes all of these extra steps, all of these obstacles, that can also deter you. So I don't think that it should be, it would be fair to just, as a reason that it hasn't been used, that we just go for the cheapest option. I just want us to really be cognizant of that and think about quality as well. Thank you.
Councilwoman Gallegos, Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. I agree with both my colleagues, and being fiscally responsible too, that we need to really look at the price and the dollar that's being on it. Because like Councilmember Holmes just always says, we can do, what is it again? Anything, but not everything. Modesto has 218,000 people in their city. Their tax revenue is probably 4 times what we bring in. And so not to put a price on this because it is important. I think that we tonight need to have at least go with an option and really do a prototype that Councilman Rodriguez is talking about to look at, but still have something in place for our next meeting. That's what I'm looking at right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Montes?
I think I was going to echo that. We can do something immediate, so we can have a staff member, and that appears to be probably the most cost effective, and that will at least address Spanish. But I do want to reiterate that I think the AI technology is going to be able to give us a broader tool for everybody to use, and hopefully when it does become available, people use it. I mean, and the concerns for AI, I think everybody recognizes that that could be a challenge. My opinion is if Skynet wants to take over, they will. It ain't gonna be anything that we can do about it. But if we can keep, some of those things we can mitigate, maybe keeping the system separate where it's not, I'm looking for IT, that it's not, connected to our system. Cause that is a concern, right? It's smart, it's learning, it's doing things that, it takes us for, and where other, organizations are using it, they're, creating summaries, writing reports, things like that. So the AI is listening and is taking the key points and is giving you your key takeaways, your action items, which, you wouldn't think that technology wouldn't be able to do that. But it is learning, but it learns off of the user. But again, I think that we can have some immediate solutions, the in-person staff member, and then continue to explore. And then at a later date, we can make that determination. But I would also like to have the community be the testers, not necessarily us, because we're all here already participating and taking the information. So what might work for us may not necessarily work for the rest of the community. And I think to give them an opportunity, I don't know how, I'm just saying things and it's going to be work for you. But that would be my request, to get some community members actually involved in that process to test it out, especially with Mixteco and Triqui. Like, that's going to be probably very hard to do some translation on. And again, it's hard to get people in person that know the language to do the translation as well, right? So, but that I think that we could have some immediate solutions right now, and then continue to explore moving forward.
So if I'm hearing correctly, I think the consensus is that we have someone at our next city council meeting that can provide Spanish translation. And then at the same time, which is from now forward, let's bring in Wordly, and they can, you said there was a trial?
A demo. We'll ask them to come in for a demo.
Okay. Is there a trial period, or is that?
I can confirm that.
Okay.
I'll confirm that with them.
Okay.
Yes.
And so then we can actually have the community that you're speaking of actually start listening to our meetings and give comment as to how it's working too. Because it's not going to be exclusive just to us, right? Once it's online and that they're able to access it, they'll be able to do that. So is that satisfactory with everybody for direction to give to council? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Sorry, Councilmember Rodriguez.
I had a question on that demo, Alicia. How soon can they give us that demo? Can they make the demo at the same time we bring the presenter?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can the demo be brought here at the same time we have our next meeting, so we can compare both?
I can ask.
I would love to see that, to see the impact it has on the audience if we do have folks out here. Maybe utilizing some of their features, and that would be also another way to test that.
Okay, I'm on it.
I'm not sure if the rest of my colleagues would.
Could we have headsets?
We have headsets, yes.
It's required to have headsets if you're using your own device and you provide your own earphones. Or, from what I understand, it's.
So I think the mayor was asking if we had headsets for the in-person interpreter. Is that
for any?
Yeah. So if we have headsets available, Chief has headsets we borrow from PD, and we can use those for the in-person interpretation. It's my understanding with Wordly that they can scan the QR code, pull it up on their phone or whichever device they're using, and they could read the meeting, or they can bring in their own headphones and use those, and they can switch it from, instead of reading text, they can hear it live.
Either way, we should be prepared, and we'll have that for our next meeting, as far as like the headsets for some staff members that we're going to use.
We'll have headsets available. Yes.
So if available, can we bring them on for that same
If they're available, yeah, we'll bring.
meeting?
We can.
If not, then you'll bring us a date in
Yes.
the future date, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you very much. All righty. So we will close item E1 and move on to item E2 is an informational report on Sunset Park plans for fiscal year 2024 and 2025. Mr. Ebert.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, guests, colleagues, Joe Hebert, Parks Director. I use Duolingo, Councilwoman, just so you know. Presenting item E2, which is an informational report on Sunset Park plans for fiscal year 24-25. Usually I'm up here telling you what we've done or asking for money. This kind of reminds me of my days. I spent a lot of time in Colorado and in Texas. I don't hunt, but I was around a lot of hunters. But this is our informational report. We're shooting in front of the duck. That's a hunting term, but I learned it. I just wanted to say that tonight. In summary, the city owns the undeveloped property located on the north side of Sunset Avenue between Westbury Boulevard and Liberty Lane, commonly referred to as Sunset Park. The site is slightly less than 1 acre and is highly visible from surrounding roadways. It was designated for open space as part of the subdivision development to the north, identified around 2007. Here's a picture of the lot that we're looking at. You can see it's on Sunset. Right there, Sunset Avenue and Westbury, and then also on Liberty Lane. Staff has confirmed the availability of funds to move forward with the design services for Sunset Park. The next steps involve contracting for design services for Sunset Park, after which the project will advance toward construction planning. Staff will release a request for proposals for design services to kick off progress on this project. The scope of work that we'll be looking to with the task will include things such as development of conceptual plans based on community feedback for desired amenities at the park, surveying and documenting existing conditions for environmental purposes, finalizing a final design concept, producing engineers' estimates of probable construction costs, and producing bid-ready engineering drawings and specifications incorporating industry best practices and standards. Assistance through bidding and construction phases of the project as well. Before I get to this, I just want to say this, if I can tell you, a lot of the calls that I've received since I've been in this position and I think maybe you all have gotten some of those calls as well, is when are you going to do Sunset Park? So this is not anything new. So I think some people who are, if you're not here, you're looking online or you see this later, be going, yeah, we're waiting. So we do have trying to put a path forward on this. So the financial impact for this is funding for the design and construction of Sunset Park will be sourced from development impact fees and funds. The current available balance of the DIF fund is $2,748,213. This is an update from what you have in your staff report. I had to do some true ups by the time I published the staff report and put this presentation together. So you'll see a few changes in the numbers, but not anything significant. This funding will cover the costs associated with the design phase and subsequently the construction of the park. Right now, we have in our budget, we have available DIF of $4,234,000. $1,853. You can see the areas where that money is spoken for already. If it's anything highlighted, it means that's where I changed the numbers from what's in your staff report. What we have remaining is, again, the $2,748,213 that I mentioned earlier. Again, it's just important to note that out of the Tozier Park, that actually $636,640 will come from DIF, and due to the grant requirements on that one, another $23,000 will have to come from the general fund. But we do have an adequate amount to do a park. The city has recently been very proactive, as you know, in enhancing its open spaces. The vast majority of the funding for these projects has been secured through grants rather than development impact fees. Below is a summary coming up of recently completed or ongoing projects and their respective funding sources. All figures in Table 2 are rounded for clarity. Again, you can see some of the things we've done. I've been here before talking about the swimming pool park rehabilitation, Frank Burgon Senior Center, McNally rehabilitation. We have a line of sight on doing the Pan Am door replacement, which we've talked ad nauseum in this chamber. Again, with Town and Country Park bathroom remodel, Sunrise Playground, the Fresno River Trail and Riverview Playground. You can I won't go through all of these, but you can see some of the things that we've done so far, or we have intentions to do this year. Funding for design and construction of Sunset Park will be sourced, again, with the development impact fees. The report is submitted for informational purposes only, and there's no action requested from council. Again, I just want to give you an update of what we're looking to do. We're going to outsource this and find someone to help us design it, and I think the community would be very receptive to this effort. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on item E2? Do we have any written or Zoom? Alicia?
We have none, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, bring it back to my colleagues for comments. I will say I see no comments as of yet. My family lives right across the street, and they've been waiting patiently for that development. Of course, we have Lincoln Elementary School right next to it also. So there has been some time waiting for that park to open, but I'm very happy to see that we're going to develop our green spaces in our city, and we continue to do so. So it's excellent. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item E3, discussion and direction regarding a proposed temporary sewer lift station. Is Will doing this one, Arnoldo, or are you doing this?
Mayor, I'll be doing this one tonight. Will is unable to join us this evening. So with that being said, Mayor, I'll be filling in for Will Tackett this evening. And as soon as I remember how to operate this. So the item before you this evening, Council, is a request for direction on the proposed Granite Creek temporary sewer lift station. Council may recall, I'm going to go back about 2 years. Council heard a very similar request to the north of the Fresno River. This project is south of the Fresno River, and it's just west of the Sunset Park that we were just talking about. The previous request was made by KB Homes for the initial 514 single-family homes within the Village D project. Village D has not broken ground yet, and so at that time, council was open to the idea of doing a temporary sewer lift station, and I'll provide some context for council this evening, and then I'm going to hand it off to the developer. So for some background, D.R. Horton, who's the national developer, has started the development of the Granite Creek master plan area, commonly referred to as Village E. So the city has multiple nodes within the city, and they're named out after letters. So Village D is one of them, Village E, there's Village A, B, C, and so on. This part of the project is currently not within the city limits, but it is within the city sphere of influence. So the city, so this area is currently in the county. However, prior to development, the city, the county, and LAFCO ultimately will have to decide that this will become part of the city. It touches the city on its easternmost boundary, and part of it to the north because Village D is currently now in the city, separated by the Fresno River. The area currently lacks truly infrastructure for urban development. There's a road, there's Sunset. However, there's no public sewer, water, and drainage within the area, street lights, etc. As part of the development, the developer is going to be required to install all of that. The city does not build public infrastructure for new development. So this is going to be 100% funded by the developer. And as part of development, the developer is going to have to petition LAFCO to annex it into the city of Madera. So these are some ballpark figures. I've rounded everything for simplicity. It's roughly 200 acres. It's a relatively large project. And within the project, which I have a land use map, a couple of slides from here, it's broken down between low density, which is traditionally your single family, detached single family homes. You have your medium density, which can be both a small lot detached single family or attached multifamily. You have high density, 15 to 50 dwelling units an acre. The only way you're going to get there is a 2 or 3 or 4 story building, more than likely for our market between a 2 and a 3. You have 11 acres of village mixed use. You have an 8 acres of a neighborhood mixed use. You have it's closer to 20 acres of public use, including a K-8 school. And then we have a little bit over 10 acres of open space, including a park, and then the trail along the Fresno River. So for some context here, the area highlighted in red is Village D. Village D is within the city. It's approximately 3 square miles, and that has been approved by council, and that has a certified EIR. Immediately to the south of that, in the yellow, is Granite Creek. So that's the subject property that we're discussing this evening. Again, it's approximately 200 acres. It's separated by the Fresno River. Immediately to the east of Granite Creek, highlighted in blue there, it's a brand new subdivision that was just started. They went vertical last week. So if you pass by there right now, they've actually started breaking homes, and those homes are by Mike Pistoresi. And immediately east of that's Lincoln Elementary and Sunset School. So again, it's and the project itself is relatively large, 200 acres. When you compare it to Village D, it looks relatively small, but a 200-acre project, that's a lot of homes, and that's a very sizable project for a community. So simply zooming in a little bit, the property right now, it abuts the MID Canal, which is immediately to the north. There is no road. The plan is that Riverview is going to continue along the Fresno River. That is one of our goals, and the trail will continue along the Fresno River going to the west. The trail in this part of the community is on the south side of the river. Once you go east of Schnorr, it goes to the north side. The westernmost boundary is Road 23. This is a land use map that provides some approximate densities. So the item this evening that the developer is seeking some kind of I don't want to call it tentative approval, but rather direction is for 354 single family homes along the easternmost boundary, where it says Vineyard West Phase 3 immediately to the east or to the right, depending on how you're looking at it. That property is currently being developed with 134 single family homes, maybe 135. And again, they broke ground last week. For some context, there's currently no infrastructure. There's no sewer line. The nearest public sewer line or large sewer line, there's plenty of sewer lines immediately to the east, but none of which are of capacity to take the wastewater. So the plan right now, or the developer's plan, as they're proposing it, is to have a temporary connection sending the raw sewage of 354 homes east to the Westbury trunk main, which is in orange. There is capacity in that orange trunk main right there to accommodate 354 homes. The reason that number it's 354 is because that's how much capacity there is, and that's taking into account the property in Village D, the 514 homes that council's already agreed to, including the new King Hussein Elementary School that's going to be immediately to the east of that property. So there is capacity in the Westbury trunk main, which is shown here in orange. The temporary sewer lift station is right around the middle of the property, which is around right here. The challenge for this site is that ultimately the wastewater of this project has to go west, but there's no sewer line west. So the ultimate configuration is that this sewage is going to go west into Road 23 and then south to the wastewater treatment plant, which is over here just south of Howard Elementary. The challenge is that there's no trunk main there. That trunk main will be developed in partnership between Village D, Village E, and anyone else that wants to connect to it. That trunk main, depending on who you ask, it's probably a number of years away. And I mean a number of years, I've seen anywhere between 3 and 5 years. It's going to be market driven. So if the market is really good and they want to develop now, they're probably going to build it sooner rather than later. If the real estate market slows down a little bit, it can be a little bit further down the road. So the plan right now would be, if council's amenable, is that this temporary sewer lift station would be developed by the developer, just approximately $700,000. It would be maintained on a special tax that would be on the property tax, and that tax would only be applicable to the people that would buy here. If the homes are sold, that is going to be recorded on the property against the title, so the new owner is going to be, they will be made aware of it, and it's going to be paid. Eventually, when the sewer line is developed in Road 23, again to the west, that lift station would be abandoned, it would be removed, and that tax would come off. So it's a community facilities district tax. It's very comparable to the KB subdivision over in Southeast Madera, near Knox and Tozier. Community Facilities District 2006-01 for backbone infrastructure. So the concept is very similar to that, except this is for a temporary sewer lift station, which again, which would take it to the east and then south. And I think I just saw all of this. I jumped ahead a little bit. So again, one of the challenges, it's really the gravity flow. And the goal of the city is not to have temporary or permanent sewer lift stations. They're costly, they're expensive, and the ratepayers have to pay them. So whenever the city can find a solution to not have one, that's obviously the ultimate goal. The city currently has 6 of them. We do have some challenges because you have the Fresno River, and eventually you start running out of distance. So sometimes you need them. As much as you try to avoid them, there's times where there are literally 0 alternatives. That's our last resort, and that's when we put them in. This one is a temporary one. Again, temporary could be 3 years, it could be 6 years. A lot of it depends on when the Avenue 23 trunk main would be constructed. The ultimate plan is not to have this temporary sewer lift station in place. It's that it would go away once that line is put in place. So again, to repeat myself, so this would be it would be paid for by CFD, by the people that were to purchase homes within that. That would include maintenance, repair, and the ultimate abandonment. And this would be in addition to the citywide CFD that we currently collect about slightly north of $450. And there's over 1,000 homes in that CFD right now. And that CFD pays for police, fire, and parks. So this subdivision would have 2 CFDs. One of them would be permanent, and that would be in perpetuity. That's 2005-01. This would be a new one, and we would be very creative and probably come up with a number like 2024-01. And that would be only for that subdivision. So depending on council's direction, this project still does have to be fleshed out. There's a lot of details that have to be worked out, such as environmental impact report. Staff has informed the applicant that our expectations is if council's amenable this evening, we are expecting a high quality development project. And that includes facade articulation, material variation on the buildings themselves, some enhanced building fenestration such as windows, doors, and other openings to promote visual appeal. So the goal is, if council is going to support this, it's a partnership, but we in turn expect, we being the city, expect a quality project. And ultimately, this project is going to come before the Planning Commission and the City Council for ultimate approval. So again, for tonight, staff is not asking for formal action, rather we are requesting direction, and then that's going to allow the developer to make a decision in terms of which path they would like to take or explore or see if this project's feasible. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. I also know they have a presentation and they can go into some additional detail if they would like. Hey, Bo, is yours on here? Do you know? Is your power play? Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's on here? Okay, can hand it over. There we go.
You're welcome. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Bonique Emerson. I'm the VP of Planning with Precision Civil Engineering. We are representing D.R. Horton, the project applicant. And I do want to say that I do have other staff members from Precision, the project manager on the planning side and the project manager on the engineering side to answer additional questions if you guys have any. And also Matt from D.R. Horton is also here. And a lot of the presentation here is sort of a repeat of what Arnoldo already said. So some of those parts I might skip past. So just a little bit about the project. Arnoldo mentioned already that it's about 200 acres located on the northwest corner of Road 24 and Avenue 14.5, Sunset Avenue. And right now, D.R. Horton only plans to develop the first 60 acres, which is the eastern portion of the project. And we do currently have applications in process for this project. It includes a general plan amendment, pre-zoning annexation, a tentative subdivision map, and a precise plan or neighborhood plan. So you've seen this already. As previously mentioned, the portion of the property that we're talking about is the eastern 60 acres, but the precise plan includes land development, circulation, infrastructure for the entire 200 acres. So a little bit about the project benefits. So D.R. Horton is developing a land use and neighborhood plan along with the infrastructure master plan for the entirety of the project area. So all 200 acres, even though they only plan to develop the first 60 acres. And what this will do is it will allow for orderly and planned growth. It will complete Village E pursuant to the general plan, and it'll open the gates for future development of the remaining 140 acres. So, there is not infrastructure, there's no, land uses planned right now. So this neighborhood plan, if this project moves forward, not only benefits D.R. Horton's 60 acres, but it also benefits 140 additional acres for future development. And thus it increases the city's available land for development, especially the needed residential development in the city. So a little bit about the background of the issue. So the city's sanitary sewer master plan identifies the need to install the Road 23 sewer trunk line. Arnoldo spoke about that a little bit before, so I won't go into too many details. But given that this trunk line, as mentioned, is several years away from being constructed, the applicant commissioned a report from Akel Engineering just to verify what the capacity was in the Westbury trunk line. And it was determined that there is capacity to serve that 345 units in that 60-acre development area. But the issue is that the connection to this line is it's high. And so in order for this project to connect directly to the east, the site would either have to be raised significantly to allow gravity flow, or a lift station would need to be installed. So this is the subdivision map for that 60 acres, and the star in the center there identifies the potential location of the sewer lift station, and the star on the right or on the east side is where the connection would be to the sewer line to the east. This map, I won't, you guys saw this already, but again, the two stars there also depict the two areas I was talking about, the location of the future temporary lift station and the location of the sewer tie into the east. So the challenge of the connection to Westbury, as I mentioned, is that it requires grading to create sewer flows that flow eastward. And the sewer main must be 6 feet deep. And as I mentioned before, the existing grading is already very high. So in order to allow the gravity flow, if without a temporary lift station, the site would have to be raised significantly, which would require an added fill throughout the project area, leading to tall and unsightly retaining walls. And so here's some examples. So if without a temporary lift station, this is what would be required there on that southeast side of the project, or probably the entire project, to lift the site up. And another challenge is the Road 23 trunk main is not constructed. As mentioned before, that's years away, potentially 3 to 5 years, maybe longer. And also, when this connection does become available, if a lift station is not built, so say we move forward with the project and the site has to be raised, this will make it difficult in the future to reverse the flow, because ultimately this project will go to the west. So without the sewer lift station, it becomes difficult once that site is raised to then reverse the flow. So the initial development would be required to either install the trunk main, as we mentioned, or connect to the existing trunk line in Westbury Avenue. And at this time, in order for the project to be feasible, it requires option 2, which again would require the temporary lift station. So, so I wanted to point out the benefits with and without the temporary lift station related to the connection to Westbury. So without the temporary lift station, again, there would be high grades, tall retaining walls, an enormous amount of fill dirt, and then future Western development needs to match these new grades, making it infeasible. So now we've raised our project, and the project to the west becomes very infeasible, and it just makes it more difficult to develop that property to the west. And with the temporary lift station, we would have normal grades, no retaining walls, and development to the west is feasible because there will be typical grading. So a little bit about the proposed temporary lift station. It would be just for this initial 60-acre development, and just wanted to point this out again, that the installation costs would be at no cost to the city. The developer would pay the entirety of the cost, and there would be no reimbursement. So again, totally paid for by the developer. The maintenance costs would be covered through a CFD, as Arnoldo mentioned. And here is a cost estimate. Now, this is very preliminary because we're very early in this project, but we looked at a similar project in another city that we're working on with about the same number of units. And so that $689,000 cost is pretty accurate based on the size of this lift station. And then we projected the maintenance cost over 5 years. And then a key point here for this project is that the developer will also put in seed money at the beginning, at the beginning of development, so that there is a pot of money already there in case something happens early in the process. There's that $100,000 seed money, because sometimes there's concern about, well, if there's just a few homes or the first development goes in and there's only 100 homes paying into this, what if something happens early in the process? Well, that seed money will be there to cover those costs early on. And in terms of the yearly assessment, it would be $174. That equates to about $15 a month. That would be the fee at full build out. So we know that this, the 345 units is going to be built out over 3 phases. So the first phase will be a little over 100 units. So at that point in time, when that first phase is developed, the cost will be a little higher, but still only $43 a month. And again, it's just a temporary while the lift station is needed. When the second phase is developed, that fee would go down. And when at full build out, again, the fee will be, monthly fee will be about $15. So just some points about the CFD, that it's temporary. It would only apply to the homes that connect to the lift station. It would be paid as part of property taxes. The cost will be spread evenly over all residential units that would be served by the temporary lift station. And I know this is very important, that all costs will be disclosed to home buyers, including initial costs prior to the sale of the property, and would be recorded on the title for future homeowners. The CFD applies to the parcel, not the ratepayer. Again, as Arnoldo pointed out, this would be in addition to the existing citywide CFD. And all operations, replacement, maintenance, including utility costs and abandonment, will be paid by the temporary CFD. So in conclusion, I just really want to point out that without the temporary lift station, this project is not feasible. So we ask that council give direction to staff to allow this project to move forward with the proposed temporary lift station, and can do this possibly by providing the applicant with actual conditions that clearly allow the project with the lift station. So just something to give the developer a little bit of comfort, some preliminary conditions that call out the lift station and requirements for the lift station would help them be able to make a financial decision on whether or not they can move forward with the project. And that concludes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to open up public comment. Are there any members of the public wishing to discuss this item? Do we have any written or Zoom comments?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll close public comment and we will bring it back to council for discussion and our questions. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. I was hoping you would stay up there. I did have a question for you. Thank you. And I'm not sure if it'd be an inconvenience for you to pull up the slide of where the your trunk and where that lift station would connect. It seems like it's just down the street to make it over to Westbury. So you had the two stars in there.
Yes.
There you go.
Here or this?
Yeah. So the lift station, the proposed lift station's in the center, right? Then you have the out to the what I call the sunset trunk, and that connects to the second star that's right there with the other build outs out on the east side, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the question I have is, several years back, we had also on Village D, there was a proposal to build out maybe 244 units. Were you also the engineering that did that? I know there were some questions regarding capacity to Westbury. And maybe this is a question now for Arnoldo. I just wanted to make sure I brought that up. I guess the question I have is, back then we were just thinking of 244 units. Now we're thinking of a full build out school, and now we're talking about 345 units. You mentioned that there was another engineering firm that also had, I'm not sure tested, but had attested that would carry the capacity of that sewage.
Yeah, so it was reanalyzed by a Cal before we started the process to make sure we had capacity before we even looked into this approach. So yeah, the capacity was looked at again before we even started.
And this is nothing against precision or anything, but it seems like the trunk lines just got bigger, or we're just able to assess a new
The projected usage was reduced based on efficiency of homes going into the trunk line, basically, is what it comes down to.
Okay. And that's great. Now, as far as the lift station, you did explain that that would be somehow the aesthetics of it wouldn't, I mean, it's appealing, right? I mean, obviously, I like the fact that it's lifted. I mean, if you can put homes like that on top of that, they're looking into the river. That's some prime land right there. But no, back to the lift station, I think the aesthetics would look okay. Also, I'm assuming that's not visual from, because it's only 6 feet, right? So it's not really like we're looking at anything higher than 10 feet for the vicinity there.
Yeah, so I can show you, we have an example site plan. This is another lift station. It's a relatively small area. This is actually then if you look here, this is a property line. And in this example, this lift station is surrounded by a block wall and there's fencing in front. So it's, oops.
We're not seeing anything.
I'm sorry. I'll just.
Oh, yeah. I can agree with you about the walls.
So, sorry, here you go. This is the site plan. This area here is the block wall, and there is a gate out front. So it's completely screened. I think this is one option for the temporary sewer lift station. Another option is to kind of tuck it hidden in a very enhanced landscape area, because that way when it goes away, you can just replace it with additional landscaping. So it would not be visible. If that is that your question, whether or not the lift station would be visible?
Yes.
No, it would be screened from view.
Okay. Well, like I said, I think back several years back when we're looking at KB, I think there was some concern with only 244 units. It kind of surprises me that now that you're doing a high school and then there's additional 245 units, that the capacity would still be there, and that doesn't really present any issues. Now, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to contest that, but that's just one thing that I want to let our staff know, that let's make sure that is of capacity, and we're not trying to put everything down this one trunk line that could potentially cause some havoc later on for our residents that already live on Westbury or any other area within there. The one thing that I will say also, because of this, if we were to proceed with some direction, is that D.R. Horton utilize a lot of local builders and/or services. I know that here it's a national builder, and I'm sure they have national wholesale accounts that they utilize. But it would be important that you do business with the city of Madera, but also with its local businesses, because I think the services and/or materials that you're going to need, you can actually find here. It helps us grow our economy, helps us grow our community. And that's something that I probably haven't said in the past, but we do have some local builders, and that's what they exercise. We ask that if that is I'm not putting a condition to it, I'm just suggesting that would be a great thing for you to do, and to show the trend that this is a good community to build on, a partner, but at the same time, reciprocity goes both ways, right? We want to see our local services and local builders and/or labor that can potentially help boost our economy here locally, not just another national builder coming in and building these homes, but then not having any vested interest in our community. So that's really what I want to say. Thank you again. I do appreciate your engineering report. And then I think this will come back to staff, and we'll have some assurances that we're not going to pop a line somewhere.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. I just would like to thank D.R. Horton to build these homes in our city. They're so well needed. The availability and housing in Madera is, people have been crying, especially for Village D that hasn't broken ground, moved dirt yet. But I do have concerns because Councilman Jose and I were on council at the time of the CFD 2006-1, and it was ugly. I had just gotten on a few months, and then Councilman Rodriguez was sworn in. So for me, hearing all those residents come to us, and we went to meetings with them, we had our city manager sit with them. It was a drawn out event for months. So for me, I have quite a few questions. So the first one is, you're going to build in phases, 3 phases. and you're giving seed money, but are you going to be, if the seed money runs out and we haven't built out on all of those land, on all those plots, I should say, who's going to cover that 174 per unit when it's vacant still?
Yeah, so we were part of the conversation about the lift station for the KB development as well. And I see a lot of similar faces from that discussion, and we heard your concerns on that regard. And that was the reason why we kind of presented and we kind of had the discussion with D.R. Horton about the seed money. I think KB's original proposal was $10,000 or $20,000. And we thought the $100,000 was appropriate because, for one, we kind of did some research about kind of a catastrophic repair, which would be, we were looking at $40,000 to $50,000. So in general, you basically can withstand two of those within a 5-year period with the money that is allocated. And the fees would basically keep it at that level. And our thought was, even if there was one repair that was required and one major repair that was required, you'd still have enough money to abandon the lift station with that amount. So we did research on that as well, around $40,000 on the high end. So that was how we came up with.
Okay, so the next question is, and that's my concern, is putting another CFD on the residents. I don't think if it's a lift station that's needed for this development, I don't think the resident should have to pay for that. And that includes, you're saying spreading it even, it might be only 5 years. What if this CFD is 10, 15 years and that trunk line is not built out by Village D? Now you've told residents it's probably going to be 3 to 5. It hasn't happened. It's 10 years down the line. They're here coming after us. That's the concern I have by putting this on the residents. Not just that, is there a warranty on this lift station if something was to go wrong? You're saying that once the developer pays to build the lift station, do they walk away? And if something goes wrong, the CFD has to cover that. The city's covering it because the CFD is not in place yet. So there's a lot of concerns I have here. And I just look at it and you talk about, I look at it as if you build a wall across and you have to lift all this dirt to build your project, is it really, that would cost a lot of money to bring in all that dirt and put a wall around it. Is it that much more that if you were just to pay for all the maintenance on the lift station, this disbanding of the lift station, because all these costs that you're talking about are being on the ratepayers. And so if they already have a CFD and let's say their rent was, their house payment's $1,200 and the CFD's $400, now we're $600 and we're putting too much, $1,600 and we're putting too more, we're looking at a $2,000 for a house payment. And right now, everybody's house payments are like $2,500. And you're going to put a $200 more on that. It's a lot to put on a resident. And if the costs go more because something happens to this lift station, then everyone in the city is paying for those costs if something happens, because the seed money is supposed to cover that each plot that's not been developed yet and any other problems. But if this goes on for 6, 8, 10 years before that line is put in, the ratepayers, our community members, are going to be putting up a lot more than they bargained for. So that's why I'm just really concerned about putting it back on us. And I understand the 6 feet and you have to lift. That's kind of what Village D had talked to us about on their development. And I get it. Those are my concerns. The upkeep, the warranty, the length of time that we're saying that the trunk line will go in with Village D to connect. And the seed money is great and I appreciate it. I'm just still concerned about the long-term goal and where we're at, because nobody can really say how long it's going to be before they move dirt over there and that is put in. So those are my concerns. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Evans.
I was just paying attention. I know of the D.R. Horton homes, and I just wanted to make sure that, not saying that you're not going to, but I need to make sure that we're going to have top quality, because we would hate to have our homes built and then something happen, and then it falls back on the person that had just purchased the home. So we need to make sure that when you're placing these homes, and we already have the fact that we're going to have this line put in, these homes are going to have to be, their sewer is going to be diverted, all of these different things. And then in the end, how long is it going to be for the line to actually be built out to the main?
We don't know.
Exactly.
5,
Yes,
6,
exactly.
3,
So we
10.
need to just make sure that our residents are going to be protected, and also we need to make sure that the homes that they are purchasing are going to be of good quality.
Yeah.
Because my son drives, and he brings different types of lumber and different things of that nature. And there has been some question in reference to some of the product that has been used by the D.R. Hortons. So I'm just asking to make sure that the fabrics that you guys are using are going to be of top quality, and that our residents are not going to be the one that are going to have to suffer in the end for anything. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's where I'm at.
Councilmember Mejia.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate the questions posed by Councilmember Gallegos and Councilmember Rodriguez. I myself would like to know what would be the incentive to maintain a steady pace toward eradicating the temporary lift station, the need for it once the homes are sold, and whose ultimate responsibility would that be here? Us.
So once the homes are sold, the CFD would cover the maintenance cost, and it would be the city. It would be a city maintained facility at that point, but there would be money that would cover any maintenance costs or repair costs. So the city wouldn't be paying for any of those costs. They would be covered by the CFD, which was funded by seed money and funded by, the small fee on the homeowner, monthly fee on the homeowners.
Thank you. And then as it stands right now, would this be a stressor to the existing sewer infrastructure?
No. So I also do want to clarify that the report, it's in the staff report, it's by Akel Engineering, and that's the city's engineer. So we went to the engineer that the city uses for sewer and water to determine sewer and water capacity. So it's, they're working on behalf of the city, and they determined that there is enough capacity to serve these 345 homes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. Again, thank you again for the presentation. I did want to ask the calculation of $174, if you don't mind. Just want to make sure I'm getting this right. You said, meanwhile, it's phasing out. You have $45, and then it goes down to $15 at full build out. But the 174 would equal a division of 349 units into what? The 989.6? Is that what I'm getting? Did you tell? Is that just for the?
That's basically the annual cost. It basically amounts to $40,000 a year.
Okay, and you're okay. $40,000 a year to do. I'm sorry, the maintenance.
Maintenance, yep.
But there's also yearly fees. The initial $689,600. You're not passing that on to the client. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. Okay, great. Now. With CFDs and what have you, we see it all over the place. We see it with Tesoro Viejo. We see it with Riverstone. They have different types of fees, different types of, they're going to have HOA fees and what have you. I think the important thing here, to my colleague's point, is that we are very transparent, and disclosure is by far the most important component. What happened prior to the crisis, there was the CFDs, probably the Melleroos that was for the infrastructure that was done over at the KB Homes. That didn't really get properly assessed. We had a crisis. We had people lose homes. People bought new homes, and it still wasn't assessed. And then the assessment came a couple of years later. They were unaware of what took place. Now, the original buyers were definitely aware. It's the people that bought the foreclosed homes that weren't aware. And I think after the assessment hit, that became an issue. But it is important for D.R. Horton to make sure that we disclose early on as to what the expectations are, I think it's important for any salesperson out there to definitely let the client know that all that will be part of the combined payment, not only the mortgage, principal, interest, but you're going to have any CFDs and any special, those will be part of the property taxes that you can add in there. But I think that was one of the components that I think people felt that was left out when they purchased these properties after the fact. It didn't happen throughout because I'm sure that was a requirement, but we see it in all these other build outs that are taking place now. We want to attract, we want to be competitive. We certainly don't want to take away. We don't want to chase D.R. Horton away. We're just making sure that disclosure is always there because we want to build out not only Village E, but Village D. I know this is, it's competitive. We spent a lot of time in formulating a tax sharing agreement so that we can annex this particular village. And we're excited to see that to come out, but we're also excited to see Village D, and especially with the build out that you have there, the plan, the villages. I'm excited to see that happen. Again, it's just I think this council would like to see that we're very diligent in the way we do things. And to Arnoldo's point, I think there may be some added I don't want to call them conditions, but maybe added requests as far as the engineering component goes, but also the facade and maybe windows, elevations, and what have you that may become very appealing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Montes.
Yeah, I share all the same concerns as my fellow council members. I'm not going to go over everything, but so the 354 is maximum capacity, right? Like, so there's no more, it's going to be full all the time.
No, I think that when we got back the report, they said that the Westbury trunk could support up to like 500 more, and we were at 353 if I'm not mistaken. But is that the number 426 or no?
345? No, I know, but that's the 500.
If you're going to speak, you have to come up to the thing because we're recording this. Okay, just to give you a heads up. If you'd like to,
if I remember correctly, it was about 500 was the maximum remaining capacity, and we were at 346.
Okay. Yeah, and so the concern that I have is if it goes longer, and I think Keith is trying to say something, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll give it to you, Keith, right now. I want to add another one. So I know the city doesn't like lift stations. I don't think the people that are around them do. Is there any odor mitigation or concerns that you guys have? I mean, there's a few lift stations that are by some businesses, and every time we go by, it's like, oh, who farted, right? And it's...
Okay,
I know that's fair.
Right, and so the position of this is going to be right next to a home. Yeah, correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think in general, the technology of the lift stations has gotten better. I don't know when that one was constructed, but I think that they're better at mitigating that. I kind of wanted, first of all, you guys always have really good questions, and especially from the last time we were here, we recalled some of them, but I wanted to actually respond to a couple of them directly. So,
do you mind if we have Keith say something just before, because he's been waiting?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to go ahead and revisit a little bit of history. There was some questions with regard to the lift station across the river. That lift station was originally installed by Melanie Meadows. It was designed to go ahead and provide capacity for Melanie Meadows, along with the site that represents the new school facilities by Madera Unified and several more acres. So some of the capacity restraints with regard to the Lynx Ranch that KB Home was looking at the time was based upon a number of factors. That included the lift station. It included the ability of the pipes within the subdivisions to convey the sewer effluent to the lift station. Then it did include the ability of the Westbury trunk main to go ahead and convey that. Now, in the end, the trunk main has a fair amount of capacity. It's more than just what Lynx Ranch was dropping into it. I'd say it's probably the limitations of the lift station itself. But going back to this particular development, the study by Cadell Engineering addressed existing and proposed conditions. So what they indicated was under existing conditions, there was about 24,360 equivalent dwelling units, or about 24,000 houses that could dump into that line or plan to go into the line. But with water savings, they look to the build out of the city, and they think that there's about 8,200 dwelling units capacity remaining downstream of where this this development would drop into the Westbury system. So there's substantial capacity in the system. It's just the ability to go ahead and get it to the system is very difficult, which is the question of the lift station tonight. That's all I wanted to go ahead and add to the conversation.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. So there was a question about the difference in cost between raising up the site and the lift station. So you saw the numbers about the lift station is approximately 600,000-700,000. Just rough math, 6 feet across the site is about 600,000 cubic yards. Cubic yard of dirt is about $10 to $12 a yard just to bring it in. So you're talking about 10 times the cost. In addition to that, it's not just an issue of the development not being feasible. It also it's a cascading effect. So the adjacent development, it becomes more undevelopable. So sorry, my level's loud. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying it's got to be lifted, is what you're saying, right?
Yes. Yeah. So not just lifted. So you either have to be lifted or you have to mitigate the grade change in another way, which it just becomes a bigger problem for the next person. The other thing that was mentioned was the major infrastructure that's required on Avenue 13 and on Road 23. So one of the reasons why we had proposed the lift station above is because we want to get it's really hard to even if you bring in 500 homes to put in $12-15 million worth of infrastructure. Part of our thought process and part of the advantages of having a development that works is, well, now you have another 349 homes that are paying impact fees, however that's determined, not just for sewer, but for all the infrastructure, and getting closer to being able to somehow be able to put in that infrastructure that's needed for the remaining development and the development to the north of the river. So anytime we can make it work with a temporary situation, then it makes us a lot closer to actually getting to the infrastructure that's needed. In addition, the advantage of having the lift station, even though, as Arnaldo said, we're always trying to avoid it as much as possible, is this entire subdivision can be designed at the master plan grades, at the most optimal grades, as if they are going to the west as they're going to, because we control the elevation where the lift station is. So we have basically the ideal development with the lift station as if the infrastructure is already there, and then we just basically cut it off and go the way that it's supposed to.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. Okay, sir. So you're saying that in order to lift the dirt, bring the dirt and lift it, it would be 10 times the amount that it's costing to build. Okay, so that's my question. If it's 10 times the amount, then how come the developer cannot pay for the maintenance of the lift station until it can be hooked up to the main trunk line? Because with $174 with 350 homes is $60,000 a year. I mean, you're telling me it's 10 times the amount to bring in dirt and everything else, and if it's $60,000 a year, and you're saying that the trunk line is going to be done in a few years, even if I times that times 5, it's still cheaper than bringing in dirt and putting a wall around it. I just can't see putting another CFD on our residents. It's just, for me, that's my district. I'm going to get hit hard. So will Councilman Rodriguez. I get hit hard all over the city. Our young people are the ones that are going to be looking at this, maybe even retired, that don't want a big home. I know that we are hopefully we require tile roofs. I'm telling people so they don't have to maintain a new roof in 20 years. 9-foot ceiling, they want, higher ceilings. I hope that's in your plans. So for me, we have people ready to buy. I'm sure you have people knocking down your door. I have it. I've told a lot of new teachers, I don't know if you know, I'm a school teacher, new teachers coming in that don't live here. Hold on, we've got homes coming. We have DL Horton, we have Village D coming, hang on. But we still get these hiccups, but I can't see new teachers don't make a lot of money. And then we're going to add another $174. For me, feel this is something that maybe our staff and you can come up with something that we both can live with and be able to be comfortable enough to put our heads on the pillow and know that our residents aren't taking the hit for this. Because right now it's really hard. They need places to live. I have a lot of families that are living with 2 or 3 people in homes because we don't have that availability, and they love Madera and they want to stay here. So we are willing to work with you to make this project a go. It's important that we bring housing into this community, especially with our new elementary school being built, breaking ground in just about 3 more weeks. This is important. I mean, people would probably knocking down your doors once they know that this plan's a go. And I know there's stages that you have to go through. So once you go to Planning Commission and CEQA and all that, when are you thinking you're going to be breaking ground? Would it be a year from now or sooner?
So the EIR process, so there is a consultant on board who's preparing the environmental impact report, and that has been on pause, trying to figure out this lift station, because if the lift station is not, if the lift station won't be permitted, this project won't be feasible. So, but that EIR process will take probably 9 months to a year. And I can't say and at that point, that's when action would happen at
So
council.
when you start building, what would just be estimate? I'm just trying to do it in my head. Would be the timeline from the time you moved dirt to completion?
Matt, did you want to speak on
Just
that?
an estimate.
Or do you, David, have an estimate?
Yeah, for a development of this size, you're saying once we start building, how long until you start putting homes? It probably, when you get models of like 6 to 9 months, and then you probably are getting in a home by 12.
So you'll have the whole build out within a year?
No, not the whole build out. When you start occupying homes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That seed money is going to go quick because those lots will not have been built on.
Well, so as the map records, any map that records, so the numbers that Bonique gave you, the map will basically, as if D.R. Horton owns the homes, they're paying those fees until somebody buys them. So once the map records, then they're paying that 43, but part of that's being paid by D.R. Horton until the lot is sold, and then the person that buys it starts paying the tax.
Okay, so they're paying the 174 not out of our seed money.
That's right.
Per lot.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. That's all, Mayor.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. Keith, thank you for chiming in. And so the question at hand is the capacity that the lift station trunk line has in comparison to what Westbury can handle, correct?
That was the question of the lift station for the KB home development. This lift station will be customized for this particular development.
Correct. But I mean, the question I think that ultimately we had was regarding Westbury. Westbury should be able to take in additional capacity per the EDUs, right?
Yes, it should.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you say thousands, it still has capacity for other EDUs aside from these 349 is what I'm getting, correct?
Build out the Cal study suggests there's still 8,200 dwelling units available, and that's due to the savings that residents have been making since we started installing meters.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And last but not least, I certainly would not like to see a lifted area. I would like to see that lift station go there. I don't know if there's some type of solution that we can find, but I certainly would not want to stop the development because we couldn't move on a lift station. The lift station certainly is adequate. I would hate to see that lifted because, as you said, any build out to the west will require to either be higher or some other type of grading component to be able to make that go. And that just aesthetically does not look good. I think we had the same concern with KB Homes. I'm certainly in favor of the lift station, but I do agree with Councilwoman Gallegos that if there's anything we can do to bring that down, I'm not sure if that would completely draw KB out, D.R. Horton out of maybe come up with a solution that may be feasible. Again, I think it's fair that you want to pass that on to the person that's going to buy that property. If there's any other forms of seed money that can potentially help with that, then that's great. But if not, I certainly would not want that to stop the project. I'm in favor of the project because it's going to grow out that village. I think that village was proposed way before Village D, right? It's been in the making for some time, or is this something new that's come about?
So this village, as was Village D, was identified in the general plan.
Is your microphone on?
Yeah, it sure is, Mayor. Sorry. I probably just have to speak. Can everyone hear me? Okay. So Village D was identified in the city's general plan. I know, well, if memory serves me, in 2006, I can't speak to the time prior to that. If that's when I recall seeing it, was in 2006. And so this site and Village D in particular was more recently, the planning part just more recently started with the assistance of Precision Engineering and her team, her becoming Monique. And so this area was discussed as part of the tax sharing agreement that council may recall. And so it is within our sphere of influence, but sometimes the demand for development moves a little bit quicker than backbone infrastructure. And backbone infrastructure is expensive and it takes a long time. And that's where we're at right here. So the demand for development is just a little bit ahead. And by a little, I mean by a number of years before the trunk main can be put in. And that's really the challenge we have here. And then very similarly, along Avenue 13, near Parkwood, we have some similar challenges. We have demand for development, but there's no trunk main. The difference being in the two areas is that here we do have capacity. Over there, we do not have capacity. That's really the challenge.
Thank you very much, City Manager Arnoldo. Appreciate that. That's all I have, Mayor.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we have consensus to move forward with this project. If you're looking for direction.
I think this evening, we're not looking for an absolute 100% yes, the city's on board. Rather, what we're looking for is direction that would give the developer and his team some level of confidence to continue to move because, of course, D.R. Horton is paying Precision. They're going to be paying other consultants. So it's not an absolute, and legal counsel can definitely jump in. This would not force council's hand in the future to approving the project. Rather, we would give a nod saying conceptually it could work. Obviously, there's a lot of items that still have to be fleshed out. There's some numbers going back to so what the applicant was saying, that these are some ballpark figures based on some comparable projects that they've seen. Based on their professional experience. So there are some additional details that we have to flesh out during the EIR phase. I do think the timing of this is appropriate to look at because if the council would not say, hypothetically say, this is not a path we want to explore, it's better that the applicant know that sooner rather than later because they've tied up property. I'm going to imagine D.R. Horton has tied up property. So you guys are paying for property. And then also they're paying the bill for their engineering team and their planning team. And that's, I'm going to speculate that's not extremely cheap to do. So again, so this evening is simple direction, knowing that there is still a lot of work ahead of us.
Right.
Through the mayor, for my purposes, just to make sure I'm clear, because there's a lot of movement here. My understanding is there's a consensus from the city council in theory to be open to a temporary lift station, but the details regarding how that looks and how it's financed and et cetera is something that's going to be worked out at a future time as part of the development process. And I'm seeing a lot of nods already. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You good with that?
We good? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. I wasn't planning on talking, but it's a good conversation. So I just wanted to get up and Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. It's probably getting late in the evening now. So I'll make it brief. First, apologies for my comment from the crowd there. Apologies on that one. I just wanted to touch on a few different points that were brought up along the way. First, I want to be just go back. The number of 174 was mentioned a few times. I just wanted to express that's the annual. So, you know, we would be talking about, we estimated about $45 a month for the first 115. I'm just doing 345 divided by 3 phases that we have. And as David just spoke about, you know, if there's 10 or 20 lots that go in, Horton is going to own the rest of those lots at that time. So we would be making that monthly payment towards this. If a second phase final map came online and recorded, we would then start paying all those monthly as well. There was also a couple comments about the timing, so I just wanted to touch on that quickly. We are sort of paused right now with our spending because we're wanting some direction. That's why we're here tonight, to just get some buy-in that this could be a way forward. If we can sort of open the floodgates on that and start spending on CEQA with Precision and numerous other consultants, we think we could probably get entitlements done maybe within a year. Then we would move on to final map and improvement plans. Hopefully 9 months to a year. I'm looking at my consultants here. After that, land development, somewhere between 7, 8, 9 months on that first phase there. And then we would get into vertical. And, you know, Horton takes a lot of pride in the speed that we build homes. And CC, that was Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry. That seemed to be a concern of yours, you know, when are these homes actually going to show up? You know, our cycle time is what they call that. The time it takes to construct a home is one of the fastest on the West Coast, even within DR Horton, which there's divisions all over America. We're very, very quick. We're building homes in something like 85 or 90 days, and model homes even quicker. So just wanted to make a few points like that, just from previous questions and things that had come up through that discussion. And like I said, I wasn't planning on getting up here, but it was a great discussion, and thanks for all your time this evening.
Thank you. Okay. We will close that item.
Through the mayor.
One last question.
Sure.
And I know I'll let you get this. Arnoldo, assuming that there's confidence to move forward, what would the annexation look like, and how soon can we start talking about that?
A lot of that would depend on the EIR. So the EIR would drive that part of it, and then the subdivision map. So it could potentially be a parallel process, but once the EIR is certified by council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
and Mr. Mayor,
you have to get up. Sorry, but
so with respect to the timing, there is a big difference between this development and the KB Homes development. So DR Horton's going to be investing a lot of money, so they're not just going to sit on it.
Right.
With the other development, it was owned by somebody else, and KB was trying to make a decision about whether or not they were going to buy it. That's why it hasn't moved yet. So, a little difference.
Through the mayor, if I may, please.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And amongst all of this, I don't see that we've actually taken this out to the public. I don't think there's anyone really here, but if we could officially do that.
Absolutely.
Before moving on, that'd be great.
I thought we did, but if there's any public comment,
did I miss it?
He'll never let the public go.
It's okay, brother. It's late. It's getting later. We'll probably be here till 11 o'clock. Don't worry about it.
That's one of my pet peeves, is that he lets
All right.
the public go.
We will now move on to item F, future agenda items. This portion of the meeting is reserved to initiate new matters and to request updates and to initiate new agenda items. No single item may exceed 1 minute. All votes shall be conducted electronically with the results announced by the chair. If voting is not available by electronic methods, another method may be used by the chair unless otherwise determined by a majority of the council members present. Under this section, the council may take action only on items specifically agendized and which meet other requirements for action. So does anyone have any agenda items? I do have one. I have a request for a proclamation for the Guelaguetza Committee. to receive a proclamation and or a certificate. It will be probably, if we do a proclamation, it will be done after the event, but the request is still being made. Council Mayor Pro Tem.
That's just a yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's the one yes. Do we have any more?
And just as a reminder to the council, this is an opportunity to press the button under the new policies.
I thought you wanted to speak.
If you're so inclined to do it.
Okay, so we have Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Mejia, Councilmember Montes, Mayor Pro Tem Gallegos, Councilwoman Evans, and myself. There's 5 of us, so that's more than enough.
Six.
Yeah, well, it's getting late, like I said. 6. Is there any other agenda items? Okay, we'll close item F on agenda items and we'll bring it back to item G, council member communications, reports and announcements. This portion of the meeting is reserved for the mayor and the council members to make brief reports on boards, committees, and other public agencies and at public events and to make announcements. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make an announcement that the Madera Evening Lions, which I belong to, is putting on a dinner dance for the King and Queen and Grand Marshal Friday night. So tickets are available from Jerry Desmond, and they're $50 if you'd like to attend. Great food, great dancing, and then you can get to bed early to be ready for the parade on Saturday. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Garcia. And I'm still getting used to the both the items F and G, so you'll have to forgive me if I take this back. But there was a public comment today regarding a possible resolution for the expenditure plan for Measure T. That may require that the cities hold their commitment. I think after the steering committee had come up with the expenditure plan that we all approved, there was an additional amendment to that we give them a 30-day period after we approve our annual expenditure plan. We took the liberty of doing that and extending it to 15 days, but that was for the prior measure. This is for the upcoming. If we can get a hold of someone from either Kendall or maybe someone at MCTC, how they want that language, I would be in support. But again, this is something that's required, I think, before maybe for our next meeting. So I don't know if we can put that on the agenda. Again, I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
No, that's fine.
Earlier. Second, I just wanted to comment on the.
I think we need to vote on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody are in agreement? Please press your button.
And council member, let's go back to item, or Mayor, if we don't mind, we'll go back to item F.
Yes.
How does that sound? And then we can do the button pushing.
Okay. We will now move back to item F. So if you're in agreement that we put this on the future agenda, press the button. We have Councilwoman Evans, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Montes, Councilmember Mejia, Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Villegas, myself. So it is unanimous. You got your wish. Now we move on to item G.
Thank you. Back on the item G, I just wanted to bring a report back to this council on my recent trip to DC. Again, through the city council, I sit on the alongside Commissioner Councilmember Gallegos. We sit on the Madera County Transportation. I had an opportunity to also sit on the Regional Policy Council. This is where 8 counties come together to formulate a Valley Voice, advocating for common interest that we have, which is air quality, transportation, infrastructure, rail, and other investments that we have. But it was a great trip. We had an opportunity to really advocate for a lot of the transportation needs. We do have several projects that are underway. We have the Madera Station here on Avenue 12. That's one of the projects. We have obviously the capacity projects on 41, 99, and our advocacy was more so in regards to finishing the projects that are before us and not to cut any of these the funding that was approved through the infrastructure bipartisan infrastructure bill and also the Inflation Reduction Act. So we had an opportunity to talk not only to our Congress people but also our senators. Again, we had some promising commitments. We hope that, again, through the appropriations, I know that they're coming due here in October, but with the extensions that they don't cut any of the funding that we need, because a lot of our regional planning agencies, they've already planned out certain projects that we have. Our communities expect those funds, and that was mainly our advocacy. So it was a great opportunity for me again to meet with other people from our counties that have the same similar issues. We live in the Central Valley, San Joaquin Central Valley, and it was a good opportunity for us to lobby or advocate and unite as a Valley voice. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. Everybody have a good night.
Okay. Councilmember Montes.
Yeah, I have another question about the lift station. Just kidding. Nothing to report.
You mean about the fart thing?
Nothing to report.
Councilwoman Evans. So reeling from
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, blessings to each and every one of you. Please go home safely tonight. I had the opportunity to go and tour the hospital, and I was very impressed. I used to work as a volunteer there, and Mr. Stark blessed us to be able to have the volunteers to be able to come back as soon as the doors are open. So if there's anyone watching tonight, or if you know of anyone that would like to volunteer, please reach out to me, and then also I will be able to direct you into the avenue of the secretary. But when I first started as a volunteer, there were about 120 of us. And after COVID, we ended up with only about 40 of us. So we're looking now to try to rebuild the volunteers. So high school students, we've had those which were considered to be the candy stripers. So anyone that you know that may want to come back and volunteer, it's not a paid position, but the love that you receive and the things that you do, you're just giving back. So I'm just asking if anyone knows of anyone. And if you just really want to come out and just reach out and touch, it would be something that's great. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you, Mayor. Very excited to hear about the volunteers. As you know, I was a junior volunteer at the Madera Community Hospital myself. So, and recently I relied on the help of a volunteer at Community Regional Medical Center. So I know how important it is to have volunteers at our local hospitals. On September 7th, I attended the groundbreaking ceremony for the North Fork Mono Casino and Resort. I was very excited to be there. Very happy that we're going to finally have that in Madera. The Taste of Oaxaca happened the following day. It was a partnership between the Madera District Fair and the volunteer committee, Comité Guelaguetza Madera. It was very exciting to get a preview of what we're going to be seeing at La Guelaguetza. We had authentic Oaxacan dance, music, and cuisine. Congratulations to El Patron, which was the winner of the best mole, both by the judges and People's Choice. So we're very proud to have such talented cooks in our community, and you would be able to taste that during the Guelaguetza as well, which is on Sunday, October 13th. And our volunteer committee, of which I have the honor of being elected the vice president of this year, we are still accepting sponsorships and also vendors for informational food and traditional arts. So anyone that's interested, feel free to reach out, 559-481-8084. The same volunteer committee is going to have a free photography workshop this Sunday at the Madera County Arts Council, and it's free and open to everyone, but we do encourage youth ages 13 to 25 to sign up. There's going to be free ice cream along with our professional photographer that's going to be teaching participants how to take professional photos. And that's my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Councilmember Villegas.
Oh, nothing to report.
Okay. Yes, as mentioned by Councilwoman Mejia, I believe everyone on the council was able to attend the groundbreaking at the casino at the on Avenue 17. A very exciting event, very well attended. The other event that we were able to attend, we received an invitation by the Mexican consulate to attend their grito. which is in celebration of Mexican Independence Day every year. And so I was able to join their program and celebrate with them. I was joined by Councilwoman Mejia. She was also there. It was really well put together at Fresno City College. So it was a really good event. That's my comments. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I want you to please be careful going home. We will now go into closed session. Shannon, would you please take us into closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 items for closed session. The first item is H1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, the title City Clerk. Item H2 is Conference of Labor Negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are Mayor Garcia, Councilmember Montes, and Councilmember Evans, the unrepresented employee is City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good night and have a safe travel.
Public comment. I remembered it this time.
If there's anyone having public comment under closed session.
No.
Seeing none, we close public comment. Boy, you're a little Our next city council meetings are October the 7th, the 2nd, and October the 3rd. This meeting is hereby adjourned at 10:42. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.